national anthem.
Hear, hear.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all thy sons command. Quand on s'est porté le pays, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Que l'on ouvre les portes. Let the doors be open.
I do have one.
Statement by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Fighting is raging across Ukraine from air, land, and sea. Kyiv's residents are being forced to seek safety in their homes, improvised bomb shelters, and in subways. Escalating violence in crowded cities is killing civilians, including children. The world wants an end to this terrible suffering. Europe could face its worst humanitarian and refugee crisis in decades, with the numbers of refugees and internally displaced people multiplying quickly. I rise today to add my voice to those of Canadians across this country and members of this House to condemn the illegal and unprovoked military aggression by Russia against the people and the territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence of Ukraine. Canadians are united in support for the brave people of Ukraine who are fighting for themselves, democracy, and all of us. We must do everything possible to support them. We stand united. We stand with Ukraine. Slava Ukraini.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
I speak today with a sense of sadness, Mr. Speaker, but also with a sense of pride in my community. Last night, I hosted a roundtable with some Ukrainian Oshawa leaders who are united in our resolve to stand with friends, family, and loved ones, fighting for freedom from a tyrant. Oshawa is proud of our heritage, a heritage that must pay tribute to Ukrainians who helped build our city. Conservative MP, Oshawa's own Michael Starr, Canada's first Ukrainian cabinet minister. Our heritage centers, Lviv, Odessa, and previously Dnipro, welcomed everyone. We celebrate, we dance, we laugh, we enjoy meals together, and celebrate our shared heritage every year during Fiesta Week. We pray together, pray for our friends, our loved ones, peace. Mr. Speaker, in Oshawa, we are ready to raise funds and give refuge to those who need it. We just need Canada's door to be opened. Let's open that door with visa-free travel today. We know Ukrainians do not want to be refugees. They just need a safe place to stay. Yakuyu, Slava Ukraini. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Canada Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, it is with profound sadness that I share the news that we have lost a cherished member of our Canada hockey community. Brad Joyle, loving husband to Victoria for 18 years and dad to Sydney, Ryder, and Piper, passed away suddenly on February 17th at the young age of 52. Brad was a long-standing volunteer with Canada Girls Hockey Association and the Canada Minor Hockey Association, having coached numerous teams over the years. He could always be counted on to brighten the rink with a big smile and a contagious laugh. His dad jokes kept the room light when needed, and his metaphors gave the girls opportunity to reflect. The best part of Brad was the pride that he showed in seeing young hockey players try their best to accomplish their goals. He wasn't afraid to hide his emotions in letting his team and his players know how proud he was. The impact he had on his players and fellow coaches will inspire them for years to come. My thoughts and prayers go to his wife, Vicky, and his children. He will be missed by many.
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, perseverance, striving to surpass oneself in commitment, that is exactly what Mélodie Daoust inspires, one of the greatest hockey players in history. You know, passion can take us a long way when we give it our all. Her recent third Olympic medal, her second gold medal, is the consecration of her tireless work. Mélodie Daoust is the kind of people who gets involved to remind people that women's hockey deserves to be played, to be seen, and to be developed. She is an athlete with the mission to multiply her work ethic and her love of the sport to a whole generation of young players. Mélodie Daoust is a loving mother to her little Matteo, who has a model in his mother. She follows her passions to the end, and she surpasses herself and perseveres. She commits herself, she shares, and she wins. Mr. Speaker, Mélodie Daoust is a wonderful woman in our community and a true champion. Congratulations, Mélodie, and I look forward to seeing you at the Saint-Zotique skating rink.
L'honorable député de Nickel Belt.
The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt. Mr. Speaker, March is a Francophonie Month. Let us remember the dedication of our parents and grandparents, their struggles and their sacrifices that have allowed us to continue to express ourselves in French. I am an MP, a Francophone MP from Ontario, and I must pay tribute to Franco-Ontarian pioneers like the Lemieux, the Gervais, the Hurtubise, the Forêt, the Riopelle, Paiement, Paquette, Thériault, Levac, and my father, Gaétan Serré, who was a member of Parliament and who voted on the Official Languages Act here in this House in 1969. I am proud that my government has tabled a bill to strengthen the Official Languages Act. It's a historical announcement that communities have been waiting for. Thank you to Collège Boreal, Canot du Lip Ouest, ACFO du Grand Sudbury, and all national stakeholders. I ask all Francophones and Francophiles to support our friends, the Ukrainian people, and I invite everyone here in this House to take part in activities for Francophonie Month to celebrate our language, our culture, and our heritage. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, 4 months ago, devastating floods hit the communities of Merritt and Princeton, among others, in my home province, British Columbia. Full credit to the Prime Minister when he told these communities he would have their back and that he would be there for them. But that was 4 months ago. And today the bills are due. And when Princeton Mayor Spencer Coyne called the dedicated phone number given to him by the Prime Minister's office, the Prime Minister or his team would not take his call. Mr. Speaker, I ask all honourable members of this House, how are our small rural communities expected to survive, to rebuild, to move forward when the help they were promised is not there for them? I do not mean this to be partisan, but it is a serious question. If our federal government cannot deliver the assistance it promises in a timely manner to those who need it the most in rural areas of Canada, we are failing those Canadians. I ask all honourable members of this place to join me in imploring the Prime Minister's office to pick up the phone, call these communities, and make good on the Prime Minister's commitments to them. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Milton.
Today I stand in this House of Commons in solidarity with Ukraine and Ukrainians to condemn the brutal and unprovoked attacks and acts of war perpetrated by Russia and Vladimir Putin. Canada is proudly home to the largest Ukrainian diaspora outside of the region, over 1.3 million. Ukrainian Canadians have helped build this country that we all love and call home, and Canada stands with Ukraine, militarily, financially, diplomatically, and from a humanitarian perspective. We will continue to heed the call and support Ukraine's right to thrive as a peace-loving and independent sovereign nation. This Russian attack isn't only an attack on Ukraine. It is a grave threat to global peace, democracy, and all that ensures our collective safety and security. The world is witnessing some of the bravest and most heart-wrenching acts of Ukrainian patriotism, from regular citizens to President Volodymyr Zelensky, fighting for their lives and their nation. But they're not only fighting for Ukraine, they fight for all of us. We support you. Dyakuyu. Slava Ukrainia.
The Honourable Member for Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, these times have been unrelentingly anxious for Canadians between the pandemic, the conflict in Ukraine and other places, too many other places, economic and social insecurity, and so many other issues. The impact of all of this is seen in our mental health crisis in Canada. In conversations and correspondence with our Fleetwood Port Kells community, it's clear that our collective anxiety is being amplified greatly by misinformation, false news, anger, and hate on the internet. But we here contribute to this too, when partisan rhetoric and the goal of political advantage overrides the need for Canadians for our leadership, certainly through vigorous debate, but focused on understanding and serving the common good. Each of us here must be prepared to step in, to correct the record on misinformation, to pop the bubble on conspiracy theories, to call out those who Gordon Lightfoot once described as the wise and wicked ones who feed upon life's sacred fires. We were elected to lead. This is the leadership that our country needs.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to give a statement on behalf of a member of my staff, Mr. Michael Friesen. Quote, in the 1940s, my grandparents were Ukrainian Mennonites, pacifist farmers caught in a war between two world powers. As the Soviet Red Army swept through Ukraine, they ruthlessly attacked these peaceful people. My grandparents fled with their families as refugees through Holland into Paraguay and eventually to Canada. The trauma of these events left vivid and lasting memories their entire lives. My heart is shattered as I watch history repeat itself 80 years later. Millions of Ukrainian families are facing the same fears my grandparents did, having their lives and families ripped apart. I implore this government to do everything within its power to bring peace to Ukraine and never give up on the sovereignty of Ukraine or the democratic free will of its people. And as Ukrainians flee for safety, I beg this country to open its arms to those refugees who want to rebuild their lives in a peaceful nation, just as my grandparents did. God help us all, end quote. Thank you.
The honourable member for London North Centre.
Mr. Speaker, in 2017, I visited Ukraine as part of my work on the Foreign Affairs Committee with colleagues. We spoke with Ukrainian members of parliament, political leadership, and civil society organizations about the challenges facing their democracy and their hopes for the future. One theme was constant: the threat posed to Ukraine by Vladimir Putin and his regime. That worry was echoed in meetings we held in Latvia and Poland as well. The rise of a right-wing populism in the West that treats security cooperation with suspicion only contributed to those fears. Citizens concerned about the future can be heartened, however, by the way that democracies have come together in response to the actions of Russia. Coordination and cooperation have defined the response. Let this be a moment where a new path is created, one where the complacency and self-confidence that years of stability gave rise to in the West are replaced by a recognition that the ideals of democracy can easily be threatened when division reigns. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Slava Ukraini.
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, responsible firearms ownership should be acknowledged as part of Canada's cultural and sporting traditions. We know that firearms owners are amongst the least likely people in society to commit a criminal offence with a firearm. We have a robust system of checks and balances for law-abiding firearms owners in our country, yet the Prime Minister is still rolling ahead with the forced confiscation of Canadian sporting rifles under the guise of removing assault-style weapons. Mr. Speaker, it's no coincidence that the Liberal government isn't sending AR-15s to Ukraine. They aren't military-grade rifles. It's time for evidence-based policy when it comes to firearms, not an ideological crusade that will cost billions of dollars without increasing public safety. We need focus on combating gang-related gun violence and ensure that hardworking men and women of the CBSA have the resources they need to stop the illegal flow of firearms. It's time for this government to target criminals, not law-abiding Canadians that they just simply disagree with.
Hear, hear. Order. Order. I just want to remind everyone that there are statements by members, and we all want to hear what the honourable members have to say. The honourable member by Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
For 2 years, Canadians have been doing the hard work of getting themselves and each other through this pandemic. They followed public health advice. Many got vaccinated, and everyone supported their communities. Now we're seeing hope and renewal in the provinces and around the world as our allies lift restrictions and mandates, and Canadian provinces begin to do the same. Saskatchewan and Alberta have dropped their mandates. Manitoba, Ontario, Quebec, and the Atlantic provinces will all do the same this month. No more vaccine passports, no more mask mandates. The provinces are showing Canadians respect and leadership by providing the framework to return to normal. Canadians have made it clear that they want to rebuild what has been lost over the last 2 years. They want to come together. They want to make their families and communities whole again. This government needs to step up, join our allies and the provinces. They need to resist the politics of division. They need to follow the science. Prime Minister, it's time to end the mandates.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, I would like to tell you a bit about my former assistant, Olivier Duhem. We met in the summer of 2015 as we were running in the park of Gatineau Park. He became my first political assistant here on the Hill. Olivier is a marathon runner. For the 150th anniversary of Canada, he ran from Quebec City to Ottawa in 5.5 days. He is incredibly intelligent, which explains why he left my service to join the Minister of Infrastructure at the time. For the last 9 months, he has become a new father to his daughter, Leah. But our dear Ollie now is facing a huge challenge, and that is the fight against cancer. If I could, I would feel bad for his cancer cells because my Ollie knows how to stick it out. He will overcome cancer in the same way that he runs his ultra marathons, 180-kilometer marathons. He'll do it one step at a time. Please clap and support and show love for Olivier.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On March 8th, we celebrate International Women's Day. It is a day where we honor the contributions of women, trans, and non-binary individuals who have paved the way forward, fighting for gender equality as we strive to realize a world free of discrimination in Canada and across the world. We celebrate and honor those who advanced rights, changed systems, and opened doors for individuals like myself to be able to take our rightful place in institutions that have historically excluded us so that we too can lead and be in decision-making spaces. But our struggle is not over. We must continue to fight for gender equality until all Black, Indigenous, racialized, disabled, women, trans, and non-binary individuals can live and thrive without discrimination. I call on all members of Parliament to celebrate the contributions of women, trans, and non-binary individuals and join the movement to realize gender equality for all.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, the FADOC of the Laurentides, the Seniors Federation of Quebec and the Laurentians region, is turning 50. It is important to me to highlight this event because this organization makes a big difference in the lives of people aged 50 and over in our region. So contrary to popular belief, FADOC does not only organize recreational activities as part of its services. The FADOC also does useful work to break isolation and improve the quality of life of our seniors. Among other things, it advocates for high-speed internet access and affordable housing throughout the region. Since 1972, FADOC des Laurentides has created a united community of over 43,000 members, volunteers, and partners. Congratulations to FADOC des Laurentides and happy celebrations of your 50th birthday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Over the past 7 days, the world has seen a complete violation of international law and our collective humanity through Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Canada has already taken important steps to support Ukraine, but we must do more by declaring Russia's ambassador to Canada persona non grata and expel him from the nation. He must know that he is no longer welcome here. Canada expelled Russian diplomats in 2014 and again in 2018 for other deplorable actions. This is another vital measure the government must take to send a clear message to Moscow that the Russian invasion of Ukraine is unacceptable and will not be tolerated. We have done this before, and we must do this again. We must stand for Ukraine, stand for democracy, stand for world order, and not sit idly by while our allies perish.
The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Mr. Speaker, I stand today with a heavy heart for the people of Ukraine who continue to face the onslaught of an unprovoked and illegal invasion that has been launched under false pretenses and which is targeting civilians. My heart and prayers go out to all residents of Ukraine and the Ukrainian diaspora, to the families and the parents in Surrey Newton and throughout Canada. I encourage you to think about these circumstances as a teaching moment. We must talk to children and let them know about the value of life and liberty, the light of hope and courage, and the conviction of fighting for what is right. May God help the people of Ukraine.
Oral questions. Question orale. The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, for 7 long days, we saw Putin's regime invade Ukraine. Cities have been bombarded. Civilians have been targeted. War crimes have been committed. If silence equals consent, the tolerance of the presence of the Russian ambassador in Canada and his silence is evidence of complicity. Will the Prime Minister expel the Russian ambassador or not? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, since Russia illegally and unfairly invaded Ukraine, we have been very clear in our condemnation as well as in the actions we've taken, not just as Canada, but among united countries around the world. We will continue in various ways, in every way possible, to help the Ukrainian people. We're open to suggestions and recommendations. We will look at whatever we can do to help out with the situation and what will help repel and push back against Russia and provide for a better future for all Ukrainian. The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I know the Prime Minister is seeing the same images we see in Kiev and elsewhere. There's blind bombardment of the city centre. People have been, almost 1 million people have been forced to flee. There have been civilian casualties. There's no reason for Putin's representative in Canada to be able to stay here and spread misinformation. Once again, will the Prime Minister demand that the Russian ambassador be expelled from Canada? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. As I said, since the very beginning of this illegal invasion, we have been doing everything we can to help out and protect the Ukrainian people. Everything we can do to restore peace and security in the region, everything we can do to punish Russia for these unwarranted and unjustifiable actions. That is why we have slapped unprecedented sanctions on Russia. We have sent lethal and non-lethal weapons, and we're open to all other suggestions to ensure that we're doing the right things to help Ukrainians. The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. What about the misinformation the Russian ambassador is spreading right here in Canada? Mr. Speaker, all provinces are implementing plans to do away with public health orders to lift the restrictions. Canada has among the highest vaccination rates in the world, and we now have tools to fight against COVID-19. This Prime Minister is stubbornly stuck in the past. The provinces are moving forward, but he claims to be the one who's right. Will he listen to his own public health experts? When will he lift the federal public health restrictions? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, here on this side of the House, we will continue to make our decisions based on science and compelling data. We're all sick and tired of COVID and COVID restrictions, but Canada has been up to the task
When it came to vaccination, we stepped up. That's the best way of protecting people. That's the best tool we have, and we will continue looking at measures that can be lifted, including, for example, border restrictions, which we did a few weeks ago.
Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, the government has recalled Ambassador Leclerc from Moscow as one of the things we called for last week. The U.S. has expelled 12 Russian diplomats this week for espionage. If the government won't expel the Russian ambassador and his disinformation, will it at very least follow the lead of other allies of Canada's and expel Russian diplomats engaged in subversive activities here in Canada?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member opposite for his question and his suggestion. The fact is, since the beginning of this crisis, we've been listening to Ukrainians, to our partners around the world, to see what we can do that will help in the situation. Either punish Russia or move towards de-escalation or provide greater support for the people of Ukraine. We are looking at all different ways that we can make positive impacts in the lives of Ukrainians, and in ending this, we will continue to draw on all sorts of suggestions from people on things that we can indeed do.
Well, member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, it's clear authoritarian states like Russia and China are spreading disinformation. Last election, China spread disinformation, leading to the defeat of MPs in this very House. Right now, Russia is spreading disinformation through proxies like Russia Today, RT. Will the government take seriously this threat and take immediate action under Section 7 of the Broadcasting Act, ordering the CRTC to adopt a new policy of general application so that we can get these propaganda tools of the Russian Federation and the People's Republic of China off of Canadian airwaves?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
We must defend Canadians from disinformation and propaganda. Just as he had been conducting warfare in Ukraine since 2014, Vladimir Putin has been conducting information warfare there and throughout the world. As I said yesterday, we will be asking the CRTC to review Russia Today's presence on Canadian airwaves. But it's important, Mr. Speaker, what separates us from countries like Russia is that this decision is in the hand of independent regulators, not in the hands of politicians.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of issues we agree on, including cooperation with major international institutions, humanitarian assistance, and perhaps that's more important than military assistance. But there are some issues we agree less about. I can't see why the government would endorse the idea of sending Western oil to Europe. Maybe it's a misunderstanding. Maybe yesterday my question was misunderstood, but I'll ask again. Does the Prime Minister condone the idea that Western Canadian oil should be sent to Europe to somehow help with the situation in Ukraine? Right, Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we're willing to help our friends in Europe and in Ukraine with all means available to us. We know that the future of the planet depends on decarbonizing and reducing our reliance on fossil fuels, but we also know that at this particular point in time, Europe needs help. So we're going to look at what we can do to help out, but we fully agree that we need to move towards decarbonizing our energy sources. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, allow me to ask for a bit more clarity, because barely had the Russian soldiers arrived in Ukraine that the Conservatives were already calling for increased oil exports to Europe. I'm a bit confused. The Conservatives seem to want a Liberal leader, but when you ask the Liberals, they seem to give an answer that's more conservative. Really, Mr. Speaker? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Allow me to be very clear. We are the government that has taken the most action to protect the environment, more than any other government in the history of our country, and we will continue to be there to defend workers and jobs while we transform our energy sector. But at the same time, we are going to be there to help our friends in Ukraine with whatever they need, and we'll look at what they ask for. If we have the ability to help, we will help if necessary. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
We are witnessing a humanitarian crisis unfold in Ukraine, and we need to do everything we can to help people that are trying to seek refuge from this crisis. And we can't allow the same failure in the evacuation plan of Afghanistan to be repeated. Experts agree we need visa-free travel for Ukrainians. I spoke with previous Minister, Honourable Lloyd Axworthy, who also agrees. Why do the Liberals continue to refuse to put in place visa-free travel to help Ukrainians who are seeking refuge and solace from this crisis?
Hear, hear. Hear, hear. Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are not refusing anyway. We have demonstrated for the past many weeks that we are there to try and increase the ease with which Ukrainians seeking to flee temporarily or seeking to set up permanently in Canada would be able to come to Canada. I can assure you that our focus is on making sure it is as rapid and seamless as possible for them to come. We're looking at all different ways of doing it. We will be making announcements shortly about the best way to ensure that Ukrainians can come to Canada quickly and safely.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. The situation in Ukraine is a disastrous crisis. Canada has to do its part to help people. Experts agree that we need a process that's visa-free to help Ukrainians. I spoke to former Minister Lloyd Axworthy, and he's of the same view. Why is the Prime Minister refusing visa-free travel for Ukrainians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, what we're looking at, what we've been considering for weeks now, is what is the fastest and safest way to bring Ukrainians to Canada as easily as possible, be it temporarily or more permanently. We need to equip ourselves with tools that will enable us to achieve those goals. And that's precisely what we're planning. We're looking at how we can help these people quickly and safely to come to Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's time to take seriously Canada's Arctic security and sovereignty. Canada, like Ukraine, shares a border with Russia, who has laid claims to parts of our Arctic. We can no longer afford to take our peace and security for granted. To better protect our airspace and that of our allies, will the government finally decide to replace our CF-18 fighter jets, and will they select the only true fifth-generation jet remaining in the competition, the F-35?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our policy of strong, secure, and engaged will see our defence spending increase by 70%. We're seeing the results of our commitment to the Canadian Armed Forces, such as delivering the first Canadian-built ship in over 20 years. Our government will continue to be there for the Canadian Armed Forces. In regards to the procurement of 88 new fighter jets, there is an independent, robust process ongoing that political interference, unlike with the Conservatives, has no part to play in.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, the fact that the Prime Minister suggests there's no political interference is a little hard to accept. In any event, we're watching combat in the skies over Ukraine and on the ground in a modern war. Second best in the air and at sea gets you dead. The fighter program for this country has been studied to death. We already know all that we need to know. The competition is at an end, the assessment done and scored. When will this government just make a decision on a fifth-generation fighter, and will it be the F-35?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I know the member opposite was part of the government that botched the F-35 procurement program and that was roundly panned by the PBO, by independent observers, by a wide range of people who look at it as a case study in how not to procure for the military. We launched an independent, rigorous, expert-based process in which political preference has no role to play, and we look forward to the extraordinary hard work of those independent assessors to provide fruit very soon.
Hear, hear.
Honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last night I got a call from my friend Andrew Bochenko. His cousin Natalie and her 7 kids have now managed to make it out of Ukraine. He has a safe home for them here in Canada. Natalie and her family have left behind missile strikes, bombings, and soldiers in the street, and they are looking for safety, security, and family. They have that here in Canada, and the only thing standing in their way is the visa requirements imposed by this government. Will this Liberal government allow visa-free travel for Natalie and the thousands just like her?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I want to, first of all, commend Natalie for having been able to get out safely with her family at the same time as we recognize the millions of Ukrainians who are doing a remarkable job of standing to defend their streets, their homes, their country. And Canada not only salutes them, but wants to help everyone who is looking for safety, either temporarily or for the longer term. That's why we're looking very carefully at what measures can be brought in place, not just for people to come over as quickly as possible, but to be able to work, study, contribute, and have a path to permanent citizenship as quickly as possible.
The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry, but over 500,000 innocent people have already had to leave everything they have ever known, many with just the shirts on their back. What we are witnessing is a humanitarian crisis. Many are looking for temporary safety here in Canada, because ultimately Ukraine is home, and when it is safe, they will go back home. Will the Prime Minister commit to providing funding and work with the provincial governments to quickly resettle Canadians seeking safety here?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. We know how important it is to provide people fleeing from violence and harm safe places to stay, either temporarily or permanently. It's what we've done with Syrian refugees. It's what we've done and are continuing to do in Afghanistan. And yes, it's what we will do with Ukrainians. We are working with provinces and territories, municipalities, community groups, and leadership groups like the Ukraine Canadian Congress to make sure that we are able to support as quickly, as safely, and as well as possible people coming to Canada.
The honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With strong ties to Canada, many displaced Ukrainians are looking to come to Canada for safe shelter. In their time of great need, Canada can extend help to them. As Canadian provinces welcome Ukrainians fleeing Russian aggression, supports and services are needed for their resettlement. To ensure that that is speedy and successful, additional supports are needed now. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister step up and provide the provinces additional funding that they need now to support Ukrainians resettling in Canada?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we will be there to support Ukrainians resettling in Canada, as we have been there to support Syrian refugees, as we've been there to support resettle Afghan interpreters and their families, as we will continue to be there to support people through this crisis of COVID-19. In fact, with our supports to the provinces over the past 2 years of crises, we've actually invested 8 out of every $10 of supports for COVID from the federal government. We will be there for supports on Ukraine like we have always been there for Canadians and people fleeing for safety.
The honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, maybe I'll get an answer to this question. Putin's unprovoked aggression and invasion of Ukraine is an attack on all Western democracies and a threat to the very values that underpin our country. Putin is violating international law. He's infringing on Ukrainian sovereignty and killing innocent civilians. In no uncertain terms, Russia's ambassador to Canada is complicit. He is affirming Putin's actions and spewing propaganda. Mr. Speaker, why is the Prime Minister waiting to expel the Russian ambassador to Canada?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate very much the question that the member opposite has put forward. The reality is we have demonstrated and will continue to demonstrate that we're willing to do anything and everything to help this situation, whether it's unprecedented sanctions, whether it's military assistance, including lethal aid, whether it's humanitarian assistance, whether it's diplomatic diplomatic leadership. We have continued to do it, and we will, everything is on the table. We will continue to do things that we think can help resolve this situation, condemn Vladimir Putin, and support a free Ukraine.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The argument raised around oil is about energy security, but not Canada's, because Canada is self-sufficient in oil. We don't need Russian oil. And Europe's energy security doesn't seem to be at stake either, because the U.S. can provide for Germany and so on. Can the Prime Minister admit that the Conservative argument that he appears to be condoning is really just an excuse? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, for years we've been working closely with our European partners to decarbonize the global economy. We're putting a price on pollution in order to move forward with better standards around emissions. We will continue to be leaders on environmental protection and combating climate change. Hand in hand with our European partners, we will continue to help them with everything they need. We recognize that they are currently reliant on Russia for energy, and we regret that, and we'll look for solutions together. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, things always move faster forward when you refuse to back up or backtrack. The Ukrainian representative says that oil is not the solution. The UN says oil is not the solution. I'm really wondering what the Environment Minister has to say about oil. Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister wants to convert to blue, could he at least choose the right hue of blue? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I am staying red, Mr. Speaker. We want to build a future to protect our environment and Canadians and our economy, and this can be done by working together with others. We recognize the challenges that our European friends are currently facing, and we're going to work with them on hydrogen, on decarbonizing, on alternatives to fossil fuels. That's what we've been doing for years, and that's what we're going to keep doing.
Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, Vladimir Putin is causing and committing war crimes right across Ukraine, and Canada has yet to sanction some of his closest friends and advisors. Under parliamentary privilege, I'm going to name a couple of them. Russian oligarch and politician Konstantin Babkin, director of Buehler Industries in Manitoba, said in 2014 that Russia should not stop at Crimea, and last month supported Russia's current actions. Putin insider Roman Abramovich, owner of Evraz Steel, which has operations in Western Canada, is supplying steel to build Russian tanks. When will the Prime Minister finally sanction Russian oligarchs who are supporting Putin's war machine?
Hear, hear. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Things that people have seen all around the world that has, I think, surprised many, including Vladimir Putin, is the level of unity and alignment amongst Western countries. We move forward with a comprehensive series of sanctions on many individuals, including Vladimir Putin himself and many top oligarchs, to demonstrate that the West stands united against this illegal incursion into Ukraine. We continue to look for more people to sanction. We continue to look for next steps, and we will make more steps, but we will do it in a coordinated fashion, all allies together, because that's what makes the biggest impact.
Honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, sanctions against Russia are important. On Monday, I asked why the Liberals keep bringing in oil from dictatorships, and the Minister of Natural Resources said I was incorrect. It wasn't happening. But that same day, the Prime Minister said he was going to ban oil imports from Russia. And then the next day, the Minister of Natural Resources said he was asking his department to design a ban. So importing oil from Russia, not importing, banning, designing a ban. When will the Liberals get their story straight?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for the past couple of years, Canada has imported no gas, no oil from Russia. Over the previous years, there were negligible amounts. 2012 actually was a year in which we imported significant amounts of Russian crude, but we still move forward in banning any further and future imports of Russian crude. This is important as a symbol, but it's also important to demonstrate that we are comprehensive in our approach on condemning Russia.
The honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
What the Prime Minister needs to realize is that one of the most effective tools against Russia right now would be to stop importing their unethical oil, which many of our allies are relying on. If only there was somewhere else in the world with abundant reserves of oil and natural gas that could replace it. Somewhere that produces energy in an environmentally responsible way, in a way that respects human rights and that protects the world's peace and security. Canada can and should be the solution to the world's energy needs. So instead of leaving it to places like Russia and Saudi Arabia, will he finally step up and advocate for Canadian oil?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, even as we are now seized with this crisis in Ukraine, this unjustified and illegal invasion by Russia, we continue to be seized with other crises, including the crisis of climate change. And unless we continue to be thoughtful about moving forward towards renewable energies, towards non-emitting sources of energy, we will be faced with crisis upon crisis like, unfortunately, our friends in BC have faced previously this year. We are going to continue to move forward on fighting climate change despite conservative politicians' resistance to do anything to fight climate change.
Member for Calgary Confederation.
Mr. Speaker, like many Canadians, I have family in Ukraine. They have fled Kyiv, but they are not fully out of danger yet, and their future remains uncertain. Canada's government has expressed support for the Ukrainian people, but actions are more important than words. The Liberal government waits for sanctions to have an impact, but refugees cannot wait. My constituents feel helpless and want to bring their fleeing family members to Canada. So we will ask again, when will Canada make visa-free travel possible for Ukrainians?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, over the past many weeks, we have been working with our immigration department to ensure that we accelerate, that we simplify all the different processes to ensure that if there were, as there looks like there is now, unfortunately, a refugee crisis, we would be able to help. Now, we have put in place and are putting in place measures that will make it as quick as possible, as seamless as possible, as safe as possible, and ensure that as Ukrainians arrive in Canada, they're able to work, they're able to study, they're able to get the kinds of supports and contribute to their families back home who are fighting an extraordinary fight against the Russians.
Well, member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Bank of Canada has announced an increase to interest rates to deal with inflation. That's not going to help people that are struggling to buy groceries or help families that are struggling to find a home to call their own. So when will the Prime Minister put forward a plan to help families that are struggling with the rising cost of living, to help families that are struggling to find a home or to put food on the table?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, inflation caused by this pandemic is happening around the world, but just like we did through this pandemic, we will keep having Canadians' backs. We have and we will continue to make life more affordable for families, seniors, and the middle class, with increases to the Canada Child Benefit that match the cost of living, with $10 a day childcare for families that Conservative politicians voted against, with boosts to the GIS for vulnerable seniors, with more supports for students, and with investments in affordable housing. These are the things that we will continue to do to have Canadians' backs.
Honourable member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Canada announced an increase in its key interest rate to help solve inflation. But this won't help families that are having a hard time making ends meet. Some families are having a hard time finding affordable housing. Will the Prime Minister present a true plan to help families who are having a hard time making ends meet? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we made a promise to be there for Canadians, and that's exactly what we're doing and what we did do. We increased the Canada Child Benefit in relation to the cost of living. We've introduced $10 a day child care across Canada. We have boosted
GIS for the most vulnerable seniors. We're supporting students with affordable housing. And we've committed to cutting cell phone bills by 25%. And we're working with the provinces and territories to make childcare more affordable. And we've increased the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour. We're going to be there for families.
Lakeshore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The situation in Ukraine is alarming and heartbreaking. This illegal attack on the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine has caused thousands of Ukrainian families to flee their homes in fear of Russian missile attacks. Mr. Speaker, could the Prime Minister tell us more about Canada's efforts to support innocent bystanders and victims of this unprovoked invasion?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member from Mississauga Lakeshore for his question and his hard work. Yesterday, our government announced an additional $100 million in funding for humanitarian assistance for the people of Ukraine and for those who've been forced to flee the country. This funding will help provide emergency health services, including trauma care, support to displaced populations, and essential life-saving services such as shelter, water and sanitation, and food. We will always be there for our Ukrainian friends and continue to work with partners to see what more we can do to help those impacted by this conflict.
Honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
We've had much debate on the government's use of the Emergencies Act. The story of the illegal blockades is one of a failure of leaders to acknowledge and respond to the frustrations of the public, a policing failure, and a desire to weaponize critical issues for political gain. We're now left with a weary public, that's weary with Canada's institutions and its politicians. What is the Prime Minister's plan to lower the temperature in political rhetoric and restore faith in democratic institutions?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's been a long 2 years, and people are exhausted by COVID. People are exhausted by what's happening in international events, and it is really important that we look back over these 2 years and remember what was best about Canadians. Canadians stepped up for each other during those darkest times. We were there to support each other. We were there to believe in each other. We actually got vaccinated to a higher degree than just about any other country in the world, all the while supporting our frontline health workers and others. Canadians showed what they're made of during this pandemic. We're going to continue to demonstrate that we remain there for each other.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
This is also about taking personal responsibility, and the Prime Minister needs to do that. Democracy and the freedoms we enjoy in Canada as a result of concepts like rule of law and bipartisanship are fragile. What concerns me about the government's use of the Emergencies Act during a time of heightened political rhetoric and lack of trust from the public is that it's an admission of failure of our institutions' ability to respond to the pressure of times that we are living in. And we all need to do better. What is the Prime Minister's, his personal commitment to restore confidence in Canada's democratic institutions?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, these blockades were hurting our communities, our economy, and trust in our institutions. We needed to create new tools to bring them to an end. Canadians were tired. Canadians were rattled, but not just by COVID, but by the intensity of the occupations that were hurting their jobs, were hurting their communities, were hurting their neighbours. We demonstrated an ability to stand together and follow the rule of law, uphold the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and restore orders so people can continue to protest peacefully and express their opinions. That's the foundation of this country.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives strongly support every effort to aid Ukraine in their battle against the Russian invasion. That being said, Putin has warned those who defend Ukraine, and I quote, "Whoever would try to stop us should know that Russia's response will be immediate and lead you to such consequences as you have never faced in your history." So I ask the Prime Minister, is Canada prepared if Putin follows through on his threat?
Good question.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, obviously Vladimir Putin vastly underestimated the resilience and the resolve of the Ukrainian people, but he also underestimated the resolve and unity of countries standing together to uphold the rule of law, to uphold the international order that has caused unprecedented peace and stability through the past 75 plus years, and delivered prosperity and growth for all of our countries. We will continue to demonstrate that someone like Vladimir Putin, who breaks the rules-based order, does not get to profit from the economic benefits that come from it.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, I asked about Canada's emergency preparedness. This is a very serious matter. Putin has publicly directed an alert of Russia's nuclear forces. Canada's national security and public safety must be the paramount priority for this Prime Minister. Right. Canadians have every right to know what our emergency preparedness plan is should Russia launch, for example, a major cyber attack or move in on our Arctic territory, or, God forbid, launch a military response on Canada. Mr. Speaker, are we prepared?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as one of the founding members of NATO, as a strong partner in North American continental defence, Canada is prepared for any and all eventualities. But the best way is not to hunker down and wait for it. The best way is to be leaning forward, as we are with all of our NATO allies, reinforcing the eastern flank of NATO, being present with troops and investments that demonstrate that the world stands together, that NATO stands together and will not tolerate this kind of Russian aggression.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. The solution to the energy dependence of Ukraine and Europe on Russia is not Canadian fossil fuels. It's the green transition. That's what Ukraine and the UN are saying. In Canada, it depends on who's speaking somewhat. Yesterday, the Minister of the Environment said we must reduce our reliance on fossil fuels to reduce our dependence on countries like Russia. Today, the Prime Minister says we're not there yet and we shouldn't close the door to sending resources to Europe. He has to decide, is he or his minister right? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I said very clearly, we know that we must reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. We are going to always work to protect the environment and transform our economy and our sources of energy. At the same time, I am certain that the Honourable Member is not suggesting that we shouldn't help our friends in Ukraine or that we shouldn't help our European friends because we want to be greener than green. We are going to be there with what they need because they do need it and because they are in a terrible situation because of Russia. We are going to be there to help them, and we're also going to be there for the green transition. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. This week only, Ukraine, in spite of everything that it's going through, is saying that the world must not capitulate in the fight against climate change. We're not going to give up. The UN is telling us to stop slowing down the decarbonization of the economy and accelerate the green transition. But in this context, let's be very clear. The Prime Minister has to make a decision about the North Bay project and the additional barrels of oil that will be created. Will the Prime Minister approve the Bay du Nord project, yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. As the member knows full well, the Bay du Nord project is being evaluated by the Impact Evaluation Agency. It's an important decision, and we will look at it accordingly. It is an independent decision of the government. It's science-based. And after the evaluation, the Minister of the Environment will make a public decision.
Abbotsford.
Well, today, the Bank of Canada began to raise interest rates. Now, I know the Prime Minister might be surprised because it was he who famously once said that he doesn't think about monetary policy. Now, millions of Canadians will begin to see their mortgage and credit card interest rates go up, making life even more unaffordable for Canadians. With inflation rising and interest rates going up, what is the Prime Minister's plan to address this inflationary and affordability crisis in Canada?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have been focused on having Canadians' backs for many years now, and during this inflation crisis caused by the pandemic and present all around the world, we're doing exactly that. We committed to lowering Canadians' cell phone bills by 25%. We did that. We committed to working with provinces and territories to cut child care fees in half this year. Families are already seeing real savings as a result. We committed to raising the federal minimum wage. It's now $15 an hour, and by delivering on an enhanced Canada Worker benefit, more families will benefit from that support. These are real supports that support Canadians. We will continue to deliver.
I just wanted to pause the honourable member for Abbotsford for a second. We were doing so well and things started getting rowdy again. I just wanted to pause and let everybody take a deep breath. The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's very clear the Prime Minister still isn't interested in monetary policy, but he's got a keen interest in spending taxpayer dollars. His out-of-control borrowing has left future generations with a massive debt, raging inflation, and rising interest rates. Canadian families with mortgages and credit card bills are being left behind as life becomes more unaffordable. When will this Prime Minister take interest in monetary policy, and when will he finally turn his mind to solving Canada's affordability crisis?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are once again caught in a terrible contradiction. They deplore the fact that the cost of living is going up for Canadians because of this global inflation crisis, and yet they want us to do even less to help them out. Well, we will choose to have Canadians' backs. We will choose to invest in childcare. We will choose to invest in workers. We will choose to invest in supporting Canadians because we know, as we saw through this pandemic, that the right kinds of investments in families now leave them better off years into the future.
Hear, hear. Well, member for Abbotsford.
Well, that's just my point, Mr. Speaker. This Prime Minister has spent more and achieved less than any Prime Minister in our history. He's forced our central bank to jack up interest rates and created a cost of living crisis that has put unbelievable pressure on Canadians. With skyrocketing house prices and rising interest rates, the dream of home ownership has become a pipe dream for Canadians. Inflation is rising, the cost of everything has gone through the roof, and now interest rates are on their way up. When will this Prime Minister take this crisis seriously and begin to take an interest in monetary policy?
Good question. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for almost 10 years under the previous Conservative government, there was no interest in investing in housing, in dealing with the challenges that people were facing in terms of housing. We changed that in 2017 with the National Housing Crisis Strategy, and we're continuing to invest to counter this crisis. We are putting forward strong programs, and I'll take no lessons from Conservative politicians on housing when their plan in the last election on housing was, get this, Mr. Speaker, to give tax breaks to the wealthiest landlords to help them sell their buildings. That doesn't help families get into a home.
The honourable member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, like my fellow citizens of Pontiac, I care deeply about our two official languages. Our government remains firm in its commitment to protect French, not only in Quebec, of course, but throughout Canada. Can the Prime Minister tell us what our government is doing to protect our official languages? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Pontiac for her question and for her defense of our two official languages. Yesterday was a historic day for the protection of our two official languages. We are taking our responsibility seriously and are acting accordingly within our jurisdiction to promote French while defending our official language communities in minority settings. We have been committed to pursuing our work quickly to modernize the Official Languages Act, and this ambitious reform is the proof. Thank you. The honourable member from Montmarny, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, Tourism remains affected by health measures, and even replacing a PCR test with a rapid test will cost a lot of money for nothing, since it still has to be certified by a health professional. Canadians are even shying away from short trips to the U.S. for fear of being exiled from their own country for 15 days or facing a $5,000 fine. I'll repeat this. When will the government eliminate tests at the border? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we were very happy to be able to soften the rules at the border a few weeks ago in line with public health measures and advice, because we know how much Canadians want to travel and end this COVID pandemic. But to end the pandemic, we must continue and to remain vigilant. And rapid tests are needed to come to Canada. It's an easy and less costly way to make it easier for Canadians to travel in the coming months.
For Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, provinces are moving away from testing individuals for COVID-19. There's almost no contact tracing at all. Canadians without symptoms must use rapid antigen tests with a very high false negative rate. Given that we have minimal domestic testing and tracing, Canadians returning home are being unfairly penalized. Mr. Speaker, the science is clear, so on what date will this government end land border mandates for Canadians exercising their charter right to return home to Canada?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as we have since the very beginning, we will continue to ensure that we're doing everything necessary to keep Canadians safe. That is what has guided us throughout this pandemic, and that has actually led to far better health outcomes and economic outcomes than most, if not all, of our peer countries. We will continue to do what is necessary to keep Canadians safe at the borders, and of course provinces and territories will continue to make decisions in their jurisdictions. Our job as a federal government is to give them the tools they need, from vaccines to rapid tests to treatments, and to keep people safe. And that's what we will continue to do.
The Honourable Member for Levis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, all Canadian provinces have announced their plans to reduce and eliminate health measures across Canada. Meanwhile, in Ottawa, we're still waiting for the Prime Minister to have the courage to unveil his plan for the end of the pandemic with respect to vaccine mandates. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are all fed up with this Liberal incompetence. When will the Prime Minister finally address Canadians in a clear and transparent way, without mocking them, about the government's intentions to reduce vaccine mandates? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians rose to the occasion to get vaccinated in great numbers. And thanks to these efforts, we're able to adapt our measures now at the borders so that Canadians can travel and so that people can visit Canadians easier. Like we do at every step, we continue to follow health science guidelines and data to protect Canadians. And that's what we're going to continue to do.
Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, Cloverdale Langley City is the third youngest riding in British Columbia. Our government has always stood up for young Canadians and their futures through systems of programs and support. Can the Prime Minister tell the House how youth programs will help to enrich the lives of young people, both in Cloverdale Langley City and across Canada?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Cloverdale Langley City for his question and his extraordinary dedication to young people. We know that the future of our country rests with our youth. During the pandemic, young Canadians experienced more job losses than any other demographic. For many young people, this caused worry about things like building their savings and paying for school. Budget 2021 invested $5.7 billion to help young Canadians pursue their education, provide relief from student loan debt, and create 215,000 new work opportunities. We will continue to work hard to support our young Canadians and make sure their voices are heard.
Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indigenous communities in northern Alberta are reeling from the potential discovery of another 169 Indigenous children in unmarked graves. This is a horror we cannot look away from. This is a horror that we cannot get used to. And we have to heed the calls from Indigenous communities for justice. So when will the Prime Minister appoint a special prosecutor to prosecute those responsible for these horrific crimes?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, we are profoundly saddened by the findings in Capabueno, and our thoughts are with the First Nation and all Indigenous communities across Canada. Our government remains committed to supporting families, survivors, and communities in commemorating those who never made it home. We will continue to provide support as the needs arise and work with Indigenous communities to undertake this work while respecting the wishes of communities and of the families that are grieving.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the last Parliament, Lenore Zann, former member for Cumberland-Colchester, introduced a landmark bill, Bill C-230, to develop a federal strategy for environmental racism and to move towards environmental justice. The Environment Committee, after widespread support in this place, studied the bill, made amendments. I recently had the honour to reintroduce it as Bill C-266 in order to work towards getting this bill passed. I ask, Mr. Speaker, will parliamentarians in this House work together to ensure passage of this important bill, and will the government support the bill once again?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for her question, and I want to also thank Lenore Zann, the former member for Cumberland-Colchester, for her important work on this bill in the previous Parliament. We know that the impacts of climate change are felt more acutely by marginalized or minority groups, and this bill would ensure environmental racism is addressed and prevented. I've mandated the Minister of the Environment to develop an environmental justice strategy, and our support for this bill is part of our plan to seriously address this issue.
Excellent. And I'm afraid that's all the time we have for today. C'est tout le temps que nous avons. I just want to address something before we get to the points of order. The Honourable Member for Oakville North Burlington yesterday brought up that the member for Miramichi Grand Lake shouted out some words, and I wasn't quite sure. So what I did is I looked it up, and I've got, and I quote, yesterday the Public Safety Minister even said the protesters were rapists, is what the Honourable Member said. I'm sure I thought, okay, that's kind of severe. So what I did is I went back and I saw what the Honourable Minister for Public Safety said, and he said, secondly, respectfully, there were Ottawans who were subjected to intimidation, harassment, threats of rape, and those were all supported by and went on like that. So I don't want to belabor this, but I do want to bring everyone's attention to, when debate is happening in the House, to please pay attention to what is being said in the House so that we can't be accused of misinterpreting what one is said or another. So to all of you, I just want you to pay attention, please. Thank you. Now, nous avons un rappel au règlement.
We now have a call for order. The member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think that if you seek it, you will find that there is unanimous consent to adopt the following motion: that this House oppose to all scenario to rearrange the federal electoral map in Quebec or in any other territory in the future, and that the House asks the government to act accordingly. All those opposed to what the honourable member proposes, please say nay. Nay. So nay, we do not have unanimous consent.
Order. I believe the honourable member for Calgary Centre is rising.
Mr. Speaker, on Monday I asked a question of the Minister of Natural Resources about crude that's being imported to Canada from Russia, and he responded that, I asked about oil, he responded that crude was no longer being imported to Canada since 2019. I'd like to present with unanimous consent the documents from Statistics Canada that show that in 2021, almost $400 million of oil was imported from Russia into Canada.
Well done. All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Nay, I'm afraid we don't have unanimous consent on that. Order. Parliamentarians, parliamentarians wishing to convey a message of support for Ukrainian members of parliament and to the Ukrainian people are invited to sign the Book of Solidarity created for that purpose. Les messages peuvent être
Messages can be written in the book that can be found in the members' lobbies of the House of Commons up until Monday, March 14th. Messages can also be sent online.
Will be going out to all MPs today with a link to the virtual book. The signed book will be sent to Ruslan Stefanchuk, chairman of the Verkhoven Rada, the Parliament of Ukraine. Thank you. It being 3:18 p.m., pursuant to order made Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Monsieur Blanchet relative aux travaux des subsides.
Relating to the business of supply. Call in the members.
La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one. Mr. Blanchet, seconded by Mr. Terrien, moves that, in the opinion of the House, A, any scenario for redrawing the federal electoral map that would result... May I dispense? I will then continue. I will start again with A. Any scenario for redrawing the federal electoral map that would result in Quebec losing one or more electoral districts or that would reduce Quebec's political weight in the House of Commons must be rejected. And B, the formula for apportioning seats in the House must be amended and the House call on the government to act accordingly.
4 members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion...
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie. Monsieur Sainte-Marie. Monsieur Terrien. Monsieur Terrien. Madame Normandin. Madame Normandin. Monsieur Simard. Monsieur Simard. Monsieur Bergeron. Monsieur Bergeron. Monsieur Garon. Monsieur Garon. Madame Gill. Madame Gill. Madame de Bellefeuille. Madame de Bellefeuille. Madame Michaud. Madame Michaud. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Villemur. Monsieur Villemur. Monsieur Thériault. Monsieur Thériault. Madame Gaudreau. Madame Gaudreau. Madame Larouche. Madame Larouche. Monsieur Perron. Monsieur Perron. Monsieur Barcelou-Duval. Monsieur Barcelou-Duval. Monsieur Plamondon. Monsieur Plamondon. Madame Vignola. Madame Vignola. Monsieur Savard-Tremblay. Monsieur Savard-Tremblay. Madame Posé. Madame Posé. Monsieur Beaulieu. Beaulieu. Monsieur Beaulieu. Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés. Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés. Madame Chabot. Madame Chabot. Madame Desbiens. Madame Desbiens. Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca. Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca. Madame Bérubé. Madame Bérubé. Monsieur Désilets. Monsieur Désilets. Mr. Holland. Mr. Holland. Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan. Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan. Mr. Sajan. Mr. Sajan. Mr. Blair. Mr. Blair. Mr. O'Regan. Mr. O'Regan. Ms. Bennett. Ms. Bennett. Monsieur Rodriguez. Monsieur Rodriguez. Monsieur Champagne. Monsieur Champagne. Ms. Anand. Ms. Anand. Mr. Demetti. Mr. Demetti. Mr. Algabra. Mr. Algabra. Mr. Guilbeault. Mr. Guilbeault. Ms. Hutchings. Ms. Hutchings. Ms. Tassi. Ms. Tassi. Madame Petitpas-Taylor. Madame Petitpas-Taylor. Monsieur Boissonneau. Monsieur Boissonneau. Ms. Jazik. Ms. Jazik. Mr. Carr. Mr. Carr. Ms. Chagger. Ms. Chagger. Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North. Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North. Mr. Scarpaleggia. Mr. Scarpaleggia. Madame Saint-Onge. Madame Saint-Onge. Ms. Cara. Ms. Cara. Monsieur Vandal. Monsieur Vandal. Madame Fortier. Madame Fortier. Ms. Murray. Ms. Murray. Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau. Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau. Ms. Ing. Ms. Ing. Ms. Ian. Ms. Ian. Ms. Haidu. Ms. Haidu. Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Madame Bibo.
Madame Bibo.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mrs. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. de Brusen.
Ms. de Brusen.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Batiste.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Demoff.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Mr. Jahari.
Mr. Jahari.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbara.
Madame Zaid.
Madame Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Ms. Thompson. Pardon me. Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Berthod.
Mr. Berthod.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Ms. Lantzman.
Ms. Lantzman.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Gould.
Correction. Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Vong.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion veuillent bien se lever.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Findlay. Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Barlow.
Pardon me, Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake. Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rood.
Ms. Rood.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Ms. Lewis, Haldeman, Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis, Haldeman, Norfolk.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Ms. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Ms. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Mazer. Pardon me.
Mr. Morantz. Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Si des députés n'ont pas pu voter en raison
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 261, 261. Nays contre 63, 63.
I declare the motion carried.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, government orders will be extended by 14 minutes. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of International Trade, Export Promotion, Small Business and Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2 and in accordance with the transparency requirements set out in the policy on tabling of treaties in Parliament, I am pleased to present to the House of Commons the Government of Canada's negotiating objectives for negotiations toward a free trade agreement between Canada and the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. The Government of Canada intends to commence negotiations by holding a first round of negotiations with ASEAN as soon as practicable. But in accordance with the policy, the first round will take place no earlier than 30 days from today. And while I am on my feet, I move, seconded by the member for Winnipeg North, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. Yay, Mayor.
Ms. Ning, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moved that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. Okay, seeing no one.
No,
someone is getting. Okay, the Honourable Opposition House Leader.
We would like a recorded division.
Okay, very good. Call in the members. La question est la suivante.
The question is the following.
Lamoureux moved that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. La période de 10 minutes pour les...
The 10-minute period for members who are voting electronically has been activated, and the House will now proceed with the vote of members who are present in the House.
Motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mrs. Vandenbelt.
Mrs. Vandenbelt.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Elcoury.
Monsieur Elcoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Batiste.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Mrs. Thompson.
Mrs. Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Brassard. Mr. Bazan. Pardon me. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Falk, Batterford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Batterford Lloydminster.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr.
Brock.
Mr.
Brock.
Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolney.
Mr. Tolney.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de la période.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
Not able to vote due to technical difficulties. They may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Green.
I vote for the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead.
Pour.
Mr. Dalton.
Je vote contre la motion.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Dalton, contre against.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 183, 183. Nays contre 150, 150.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day?
Yeah, I guess so.
Orders. Oh, sorry. The government House Leader has a.
In relation to consideration of government business number 9, I move, seconded by the Minister of International Trade, Export Promotion, Small Business and Economic Development, that the debate be not further adjourned.
Good idea. Order. Mr. Holland, seconded by Ms. Ning. Mr. Speaker, in relation to the consideration of government business number 9, I move that the seconded by the Minister of International Trade, Export, Promotion, Small Business and Economic Development, that the debate be not further adjourned. Pursuant to Standing Order 67.1, there will now be a 30-minute question period. J'invite les honorables.
I invite the honourable members who wish to ask questions to rise or to use the raise hand function so that the Speaker can have an idea of the number of members who would like to participate in this question period.
Okay, very good. Questions and comments? The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 41 years ago, in October, Ronald Reagan famously turned to then President Jimmy Carter and said, "There you go again." Well, here we go again, Mr. Speaker. The 39th sitting day of this Parliament. This is the 5th time that this government has invoked closure on debate, and something as important as an oversight committee. This government decided to take extraordinary powers by invoking the Emergencies Act. The least they should expect is extraordinary scrutiny and oversight.
That's right.
Conservatives proposed a purpose-built committee to look after the legislative mandate of what the committee was required to do, and yet the government has turned this into a fiasco. It's absurd what they're proposing in this motion. We came back with an amendment, Mr. Speaker, and yet still the hammer falls. So my question is, my comment is, Canada's Conservatives will do everything we can to get to the bottom of this. Why the purpose of the invocation of this act, what led up to it, and why the government decided to do it. Mr. Speaker, my question is, why is the government covering this up? Why is the government not wanting to get to the bottom of this by having a committee that is structured similar to other oversight committees in Parliament? Thank you.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. I was in opposition when then Prime Minister Harper used closure all the time, so his indignation at this is a bit surprising. It was used over 100 times, so I suppose he's now had a change of heart on its use. But that notwithstanding, in this particular case, the honourable member knows how important it is we move to have this oversight body that is put into place as quickly as can be done. And the honourable member knows as well that it was his party, unfortunately, that took the position of cheerleading the illegal activities that took place outside, that they demonstrated no impartiality with respect to this matter, and therefore we thought it was appropriate not that we would chair the committee, not that the opposition, the official opposition would, and they're very excited about this, Mr. Speaker. It's hard to hear myself think. I'm not sure why they're yelling. They're going to get an opportunity for questions. Perhaps they could wait to pose their questions.
I'll try to help you out with this one to the honourable member. There is 27 minutes left to ask questions and make comments, and the quicker we ask questions, the quicker we get the answers, and we can get as many people in as we possibly can. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as I say, I'm here for 30 minutes, so they've got lots of opportunity when they stand to ask questions. And one of the things that I would say that I think is unique and positive about this proposal is it does put opposition parties in the chair. The two opposition parties, one that was for the Act, one that was against the Act, and it allows the Senate to appropriately choose its co-chair. And the Conservatives actually in this committee have the same number of caucus members as the government. They have 3 caucus members. We have 3 caucus members. So I see this as a preeminently fair, reasonable proposal. It's time to get on with it. In fact, this committee has to report back within 7 sitting days. We don't have a lot of time to waste, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Westminster, BC. Sorry, New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm a little surprised by the Conservatives raising closure, having lived through the Harper government where they imposed closure nearly 200 times. It's a bit rich for them to be concerned about it now. But of course, Mr. Speaker, the problem is this. We have agreement from 3 parties in the House of Commons. We have agreement from the majority of the Senate groups. This should have come to this House on Monday. We should already have this oversight committee because this work is vitally important, already at work. One party seems to be refusing systematically to actually put in place the Parliamentary Review Committee. And I can only speculate as to why they are so reluctant to have parliamentary oversight. But if we don't get it done this week, Mr. Speaker, we would be waiting another 3 weeks before this House would be able to actually put in place this oversight committee. So I wanted to ask my colleague from the Government House Leader why he thinks Conservatives are ragging the puck, refusing to get this Parliamentary Review Committee in place. Why are they delaying it, and what are they afraid of through this parliamentary review?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have some of the same reflections. It's confusing to hear the official opposition, on the one hand, demand that the process get started, and on the other hand, obfuscate and delay the process starting. And that the part of this process, that I would hope that the honourable members across, they can't just have a position that they want and not listen to anybody else. They got to do that when they had a majority with Stephen Harper. They don't get to do that now. They need to listen to other parties. We have a proposal that is supported not only by 2 other parties in this House, but we have a proposal as well that is supported by the independent Senate group, by the Progressive Senate group, and we hope as well by the Canada Senate group. So we have worked on a proposal where we all compromised, where we all got together so that we can move forward with this oversight. The Conservatives are saying they want oversight, and yet they're delaying the said oversight, and it makes you wonder why they don't want to have this oversight move forward.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député Salaberry-sur-Roi.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. This is a squabble between 2 parties, not an actual debate. They can't agree over such an important thing, and I'm hearing things. There are things that the Bloc thinks are very important. The chairs should be the least partisan possible, and both sides should be represented, those who were for and those who were against. And proposals have been made, and The House Leader, the government House Leader, and the opposition House Leader can't agree. But this debate is supposed to be nonpartisan. The committee is supposed to be nonpartisan. It's supposed to sit in camera. And what we're sensing here is partisanship rather than focusing on the real goals of this whole exercise.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to say that my honourable colleague from the Bloc, she's excellent. She's so excellent. I've had a lot of opportunities to work with her as whip for our party. And it's clear she's so reasonable. And hopefully, I was hoping that would be the same with the Conservatives, but unfortunately it wasn't. I've been trying for over a week to find some agreement, some common ground with the opposition, but the latest position of the Conservative Party was to have both chairs, both the Senate and among members of Parliament. So from the House and the Senate side, they wanted Conservative co-chairs. And the Senate chair would come from their caucus too, and we would just have one. So that's unreasonable. It's a difficult situation, and unfortunately, it was necessary to find a solution with all the other parties to create the most neutral possible composition. So there's one chair from a party that supported the Emergencies Act and another chair from a party that opposed the use of the Emergencies Act. And that is reasonable, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, I think that what we have before us is a very good proposal that allows both the party that put forward this, the government that put forward the utilization of this measure, and the party that was most drastically opposed to it, being not involved in the chairship. We've actually assigned the chairship to the two other parties, the Bloc and the NDP, and I'm curious if the government House Leader can try to provide some insight as to why he thinks it is that Conservatives are just hell-bent on being the chair of the committee. Like, are they looking for, what kind of power are they looking for?
We're having a point of order. Grasslands.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think if you will seek it, you'll find that the member opposite was using language that's unparliamentary, and the member should apologize.
Hell-bent? Is hell-bent non-parliamentary? No. Why would that be non-parliamentary? I'll let you rule on that.
Listen, I didn't hear it, so I have to apologize on it. I understand, but maybe what I'll do is maybe I'll get the member to rephrase.
I'll get the member a dictionary afterwards so he can look up these words himself. But my question for the House Leader is, why does he think it is that the Conservative Party is so adamant on getting a position as being a chair on this? Why is it so important to be a chair on this committee?
Great question.
L'honorable leader en chambre.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the impasse seems to be on that very point. My honourable colleague is correct that the impasse is on the Conservative insistence on chairing a process when they had such a clear side. When they called it, one of their members called it Canada Day times 1,000, and they're yelling across the aisle, because I understand they don't want to wait for their questions, that so do we, and that's why we're not chairing. And so perhaps the honourable member will understand that we have given up the chair and that they have a strident position being in favour of the illegal activities, cheerleading those activities, and therefore they would be inappropriate to be the chair, and that's why we've moved this reasonable proposal.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the debate today is a very serious one because Canadians want light shed on the events that happened in February, but when the government was completely inactive. So the purpose of this exercise is to shed light on that. It's nonpartisan in nature. What's unfortunate is that the government House Leader, in his presentation, he stuck it to us by saying that the Conservatives are being partisan for this reason, but it should be exactly the opposite. We should be taking an objective look at this. Why is the government taking such a partisan approach to the issue? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, there will be a committee, a committee of Parliament, and that committee will be tasked with overseeing the use of the Emergencies Act. And I am sure that the process will be fair and proper. This is such a reasonable proposal, such a reasonable approach. We reduce the number of government side members. There are only 3 coming from the government side. For the Conservatives, there are 3. There's 1 bloc member and 1 NDP member and 1 from each Senate group. That's more reasonable than on other committees, more balanced. The opposition has a greater voice in this committee, but the only sticking point is the composition of the chairs. And I wonder why this is such a sticking point, particularly given that there's a solution. The solution is to have one party that was for using the Emergencies Act and another that was against it, an opposition party. It's not a government party. They're both opposition parties that were for and against the use of the act. And I think my colleague opposite, I think the other member's proposal was so reasonable, and my colleague opposite is reasonable. I'm sure he understands. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Speaker, and I find this debate really difficult and quite lamentable because I completely agree that there's an urgency here, as the Honourable Member for Salaberry pointed out a moment ago. There's urgency, but then this is again the first time such a committee is being formed because it's the first time the Emergencies Act was used. And I really wonder, because it is a closed-door session and only with security clearance, I just want to put on the floor now, because I may never get another chance, that the Green Party had 1 member vote no, 1 member vote yes, and in a normal committee we'd be able to sit in, even though not voting, not participating in other ways. And I'd like to request that we have security clearance to participate as observers, because this process is so very important.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I completely agree with the member around the importance of not only parliamentary oversight, but of course there will also be an independent inquiry that will be conducted as part of the provisions of the Act and must report back within 365 days. I've heard the reasonable proposition of the member opposite. I will certainly take that under due consideration, have conversations with the other parties in terms of the possibility of that. I understand her interest and the interest of all members to ensure that this process is conducted fully, fairly, and independently.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's important for this work to begin as soon as possible. It should have started last Monday, but there were discussions among the 3 of the recognized parties in the House arrived at a consensus, and so did the Senate. What is proposed here is very logical. It seems crystal clear. There's a co-chair from the side who voted for the Emergencies Act, and there's another chair from the bloc who voted against it. So there's a balance there, a balance on the committee. There's also a balance between government representatives, 3 members, and the official opposition, who have 3 members on the committee. So I think it's a completely valid consensus, except for one party. That one party wants to drag these things on for weeks. And I wonder what my colleague thinks, the government House Leader. What does he think about that? Is it important for this committee to get started this week so that we can shed light on all the events surrounding the use of the Emergencies Act? The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my colleague opposite is absolutely right. It's important to start the committee's work as soon as possible. It's discouraging, very discouraging that the Conservative Party continues to obstruct, continues to block progress, especially when there's consensus among all the other parties here in the House of Commons and in the other place. We have to... The process has to begin in the other place, and yet the other place is having to wait for us to pass a motion striking this committee. And the more time we spend here in the House of Commons, the more time the other place has to wait before striking the committee. So we have to get started. It's so important. There's so many good reasons for that. Now is the time to move ahead and strike this committee. Questions and comments?
And comments, l'honorable député de Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is a very important piece of legislation. And I'd just like to ask the House Leader, where we didn't see any legal interpretation when you enacted the Act. We still haven't heard. We asked many questions on that. Where is the legal interpretation that you met the threshold? So in reading this Act, it clearly states that a member of the official opposition or the opposition, and we are the official opposition, and we are recognized as being the official opposition, should be chairing this committee. It's normal practice that any committee that oversees the government and scrutinizes the government is chaired by an official opposition member. So I'm just wondering if you've had a legal opinion to interpret the Act in the way you're interpreting it, because you're saying it should be co-chaired by two parties, two members of different parties, and not the official opposition.
Here. I want to remind the member to ask the questions through the chair. I can't answer on the behalf of the government. But I will let him do it now. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And here's the thing that I find concerning. That we had for 3 weeks the city of Ottawa besieged by an occupation. That I had an opportunity to talk with businesses and residents who had their lives ripped apart by what had occurred. And that the question that we're being asked again and again and again is, why can't I get the chair of the committee? Why can't I get the chair of the committee? Their concern from the Conservatives seems to be an obsession with whether or not they get to chair and have a member who gets to say they're the chair, when the city of Ottawa went through absolute nightmare. I can't imagine if I was a resident or a business that lived in the red zone to hear the Conservatives spending all their time myopically asking about whether or not they can get a chair instead of talking about, let's look at what happened here. Let's make sure that it never happens again, that these poor people in Ottawa and the blockades and the businesses that were impacted and the billions of dollars that were lost, how can we make sure that we don't have members of Parliament supporting those kinds of activities and make sure that we don't have these issues in the future?
I'm just waiting for a second here. I know we've got 11 minutes and 31 seconds left. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to follow up with a question based on the answer that the Government House Leader has provided. And I think of the RCMP Commissioner, the interim chief of the Ottawa Police. In fact, in my home province, the Premier of Manitoba, 3 days prior, demanding and asking and begging virtually that Ottawa take actions in relation to our international borders and the importance of trade. The Government House Leader talks about the downtown Ottawa and its being sieged. My question to the Government House Leader is, from his perspective, in terms of the issue of accountability, how important it is that this committee be in place, and our focus should be in ensuring that we get the witnesses that are going to be coming before the committee to ensure and provide that comfort to Canadians in terms of its justification.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I think that the question from my honourable colleague around taking a look at exactly how these measures were used, because let's remember, before the act was enacted, that we were in a situation where border crossings were closed, where the city of Ottawa was besieged, where there didn't seem to be an end in sight. And so the act was put into place, the Emergency Act, as it was contemplated in 1998 to deal with emergency situations. And we see now that there is a flow of goods and services and a return to normalcy here in the city of Ottawa. But the important work that needs to be done is not to deal with a debate on who chairs this, particularly when we have so much agreement on how that process should take place, but instead to look to make sure that the powers that were used judiciously, were used appropriately, and in a limited fashion, both in terms of geography and in terms of time. And I would think that all members would want to get on with that process as quickly as possible. So I'm frustrated here that over their desire to have a chairmanship, that we are continuing having to wait and grind this out. This should have started back on Monday. We shouldn't be here today continuing to deal with this.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And this is a very serious conversation about how we can move forward and see if the Emergencies Measures Act was actually correctly implemented. And actually, I feel sorry for the government House Leader. I believe he has short-term amnesia about what actually happened. In his answer, he just said, we needed the Emergency Act because there's blockades across our borders. That's not true. That's a lie. That's an absolute untruth. That did not happen. The blockades were gone.
Order. The Honourable Leader, Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we would all know that based on the parliamentary procedure that we have in this House, that we cannot call another member in this House a liar. I would ask you to ask the member to withdraw that comment.
I'll save us all this one. Just try to retract the word in question, and go forward from there. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Speaker, I'm sorry I misspoke, and I just want to say that there are some things that are happening that just aren't actually relevant to the history of the Emergency Act. So what I'm saying is, when he says that the Emergency Act had to be invoked to clear the blockades, that actually didn't happen. The blockades were actually removed before the Emergency Act. So what I'd like to do is get back to the point of the question, Mr. Speaker. The fact that they keep on talking about, hey, the fact that thanks for getting here. The fact that they keep on telling a story that is fictional, Mr. Speaker, is something that really actually affects my constituents in Regina Louvain. So what we want to talk about is, did they reach the criteria to invoke the Emergency Act? And that's the question the committee wants to have answered, and that's why...
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, there's a very quick way to get that answer, Mr. Speaker, and that is to support this motion and create the committee. So if they're interested in those answers, I'm a little confused as to why they're blocking them. And Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that the member across is concerned for my well-being. That's kind of him. As I age, sometimes I forget details of movies and different things that I used to remember. But I'll tell you what I don't forget, Mr. Speaker, and that is trying to come to work through an occupation. What I don't forget is talking with the residents of Ottawa who are completely besieged day and night, their lives utterly turned upside down. What I don't forget, Mr. Speaker, is the conversations that I've had with businesses who had their livelihoods horrifically upended as a result of these protests. What I don't forget, Mr. Speaker, is members opposite appearing in said illegal protests, taking photographs and giving coffee and tweeting their support. I don't forget those. Those things are burned indelibly into my memory because they were so disappointing. And so what we need to remember now, Mr. Speaker, is that before that act was put into place, that was the reality outside of these doors. That occupation was occurring. It was not until the Emergency Act was put into place that we began to see action, to see that lifted, and to see us move forward. And if they're interested in the type of oversight they're talking about, there's a simple solution. Stop obfuscating, vote for this.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And one has to ask the question why Conservatives want to delay this for 3 weeks. They don't want to have the Oversight Committee in place. They don't want to have the Parliamentary Review Committee in place. And that's my question to my colleague. But I need to preface it by the incredible impacts that the occupation had on the people of Ottawa. And for any of us who walked and through those neighborhoods and talk to those residents, we know firsthand that people with disabilities and seniors were cut off from essential services. Families were subject to huge levels of noise and the highest level of pollution in the country. Thousands of jobs were lost and hundreds of businesses were closed. We saw and heard about the assaults. We heard about the vandalism. We heard about a wide range of abuses that the people of Ottawa had to endure. And yet, at this point, I have not heard of one Conservative MP who has stood up and said, I talked to the people of Ottawa. I found out what was happening. I understand now what they were enduring. And I guess the question to my colleague and the government House Leader, that the Conservatives seem to want to delay this for 3 weeks, but at the same time, they never spoke to the residents of Ottawa. Why didn't they speak to the residents of Ottawa, and why are they trying to delay the Oversight Committee by 3 weeks?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my honourable colleague is absolutely correct. If we don't deal with this today, we're going back to our constituencies for 2 weeks. So this matter would be put off for 3 weeks. And so it's very confusing to see the Conservatives stand up and demand that there be oversight and accountability, but also demand that you not set up the process that would do the thing they're saying that they want. So they're speaking in contradictions. And I would invite, because I suspect one of the next questions will be from the party opposite, I would invite them to talk to us about the conversations that they've had with businesses inside of the red zone about how they were affected, to talk about the residents who were affected, and talk about why they were outside supporting said protests and why they would be demanding to chair a process to overlook the thing that they were supporting. That is just, it is an untenable, illogical position. There's a very simple solution. That is vote right now to create this committee. Let's get to work right now, and let's get this done.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Cypress Hill Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, on Friday, when Parliament was cancelled, I was talking to residents of Ottawa. I was talking to a lady who said she was one of the biggest supporters of the Prime Minister up until a couple months ago, when the way that the Prime Minister insulted, belittled, and has continually been disrespectful to people who have a different opinion than them, she finally has got to the point where she could no longer support the Prime Minister. And she wanted to see what was going on, and she felt extremely safe and had no concerns. There was a chef, worked for a restaurant that was closed because of the fear-mongering by this government that there's dangerous people out on the streets. That was a blatant mistruth. There's many people that were out of work simply because of the fear-mongering that has happened in this place. But my question for the Deputy House Leader, Mr. Speaker, actually, because Parliament is I'm talking to the member here, what my question for him is, in Parliament we go on precedent. We quite often go on the customs and the traditions of this place. I'm wondering if there is a precedent, if there is something that's happened historically that would give him the reason to believe that giving the chairmanship to a second and third opposition party, when the letter of the Act actually specifically speaks to having the chair of the official opposition in place. What's the precedent that you are using to make this decision?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise as the Government House Leader to respond to the question that was posed to me. When the member says that he's talked to businesses that said their businesses were affected by the Prime Minister's objection to the legal blockades, I would ask him, what did he think happened when this city was completely shut down, when businesses could not open their doors? I was talking to a business, watching people defecate in front of their property, watching them stare in their windows and intimidate them, watching them bang on their windows. Multiple businesses, countless businesses saying it was the worst thing that they had endured in 30 years of business. So the fact that the member found one person, who was not negatively affected by this and who is an ardent partisan of the Conservatives, I congratulate him on the ability to find that person, because it would have been very difficult for anybody living in the red zone. But I will say that this is a situation without precedent, that we had our city be occupied. We had unbelievable things happening outside this door and the official opposition cheerleading it. So he's right, this is without precedent, and we have to respond accordingly.
We have time for one short question. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, if it wasn't such a serious question, well, I find this very important. The committee composition should be unanimous. We need this committee to have as much legitimacy as possible. And I think it's important. We've already created a precedent in the circumstances with the Liberal and the NDP imposing emergency measures in a apparently partisan context, and I find that rather frustrating. And now they are enforcing a muzzle on the House.
I will put forth with the question on the motion. On the motion now before the House, the question is as follows. Mr. Holland, seconded by Ms. Ng, move that in relation to the consideration of government business, number 9, the debate not be further adjourned. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I will invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
No, we want a recorded vote.
Okay. Call in the members.
La question est la...
The question is the following one.
Mr. Holland, seconded by Ms. Ning, moved that in relation to the consideration of government business number 9, the debate not be further adjourned. La période de 10 minutes.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland. Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Macaulay Cardigan.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mrs. Vandenbeld.
Mrs. Vandenberg.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Ms. de Brussen.
Ms. de Brussen.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Calloway.
Mr. Calloway.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Ms. Damoff.
Mr. Mall.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sobara.
Mr. Sobara.
Madame Zaid.
Madame Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Leroux.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. d'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon,
Monsieur Garon,
Madame Gill,
Madame Gill,
Madame de Bellefeuille,
Madame de Bellefeuille,
Monsieur Barcelou Duval,
Monsieur Barcelou Duval,
Monsieur Savard Tremblay,
Monsieur Savard Tremblay,
Madame Posé,
Madame Posé,
Madame Chabot,
Madame Chabot,
Madame Desbiens,
Madame Desbiens,
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca,
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca,
Madame Bérubé,
Madame Bérubé,
Monsieur Désilets,
Monsieur Désilets,
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Just a moment more, perhaps.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Michaud.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'ai un problème avec l'application.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had a problem with the app. I wanted to vote against.
Against.
Le bureau va maintenant...
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 180, 180. Nays contre 151, 151.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. Government business. Resuming consideration of government business number 9 concerning Parliamentary Review Committee pursuant to the Emergency Act. Resuming debate on the amendment of Mr. Brassard.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby has 14.5 minutes. Oh, wait a minute. Before we go to that, we have a rappel au règlement, l'honorable.
A point of order, the honourable minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me to table in both official languages on behalf of 90 departments and agencies the departmental plans for fiscal year 2022-2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, thank you. And now we will continue. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby has 14 minutes and 30 seconds to continue his speech. The honourable member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. But just to clarify, because if I understand correctly, Mr. Speaker, I know there's been a changing of the guard. If I understand correctly, I'll have 9 minutes before private member's business and the bill coming from my honourable colleague, the member from Courtenay Alberni. Is it true that I have 9 minutes and then after private member's business, another 5 minutes?
Moi, ce que j'ai, c'est 14.
Well, I have 14 minutes. That's what I've been told, that the member has 14 minutes remaining for his speech.
So, nous allons.
So, we're going to proceed until 5:44, and then we will interrupt for private members' business, and then we will resume at 6:44, and the honourable member will be able to continue his speech at that time. But in total, the member has 14 minutes remaining. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I knew there would be an interruption, and I just wanted to confirm that because we're all looking forward to this, not just here in the House of Commons, but also all across Canada. Everyone wants to hear about my colleague from Courtenay Alberni's bill, which is such a great bill. It's going to make such a huge difference for so many Canadians. So we're really looking forward to that. So, Madam Speaker, since I began first part of my speech on Monday, I talked a lot about the situation of people in Ottawa. Today is the second part. And as you've just confirmed, Madam Speaker, there will be a part 3 after private members' business. So this is part 2 of my speech.
Madam Speaker, you'll recall that I talked about the profound impacts of the occupation on the residents of Ottawa. We know the blockades, how many thousands of jobs were lost, but the people of Ottawa suffered incredibly during this period of 3 weeks due to government inaction, due to a lack of action taken to protect them. And so what we saw was people with disabilities and seniors denied essential services. We saw cases of vandalism and assault. We saw certainly the highest noise levels that you normally see in an airport going on 24/7 in downtown Ottawa. And we also saw, Madam Speaker, as you know, toxic pollution from the 24-hour-a-day diesel engines running that had profound impacts on children in downtown Ottawa, as well as the loss of thousands of jobs and the closure of hundreds of businesses. So that was the first part of my speech, Madam Speaker, was really to address that profound hardship that the people of Ottawa endured during that period. And that is why it's so important. And now with the Emergencies Act, having had, thankfully, a peaceful resolution, some members of Parliament would say, despite the Emergencies Act, others would say because of the Emergencies Act, but it is so vitally important, Madam Speaker, now to move it immediately to putting in place that parliamentary review. That's what Canadians want to see. They want to see answers to those questions. Yep. And so they believe we need to move with alacrity. Now, Madam Speaker, Monday we had an opportunity for the official opposition to join all the other recognized parties in the House of Commons and the parliamentary groups in the Senate and join their voice, and we could have put in place this motion on Monday by unanimous consent. As you know, Madam Speaker, and we certainly saw this, thankfully with the ban on conversion therapy, the Conservatives stepped up and we had a unanimous adoption of that important legislation in the House of Commons. We could have and should have done the same thing on Monday, Madam Speaker. Now we have, thankfully, the opportunity to have votes tonight. But if we had not taken the step that we just took, Madam Speaker, the Conservatives wanted to delay another 3 weeks the putting into place of this vitally important parliamentary review. Absolutely essential parliamentary review. Now, of course, Madam Speaker, I'm speaking in favor of this motion because what it does is essentially, and why it had such broad support within the House of Commons and also within the Senate, is because it accomplishes a number of things in a very important way to set up a structure that will allow for a thorough and impartial review of what transpired not only with the Emergencies Act, but in the 3 weeks prior. We have 2 chairs in place from the House of Commons representing both sides of the debate, an NDP co-chair and a Bloc co-chair, NDP having voted in favor, the Bloc having voted against. So we have that impartiality in terms of chairs that is so vitally important. We've got a fair representation from all parties and all of the 4 Senate groups. With the changes in the Senate, the idea that we could only have one Conservative senator and nobody else made no sense at all. And so here we have fair representation from the Senate groups, fair representation from the House of Commons, and the Conservatives certainly can't complain. They have 3 members, and if you include the ex-Conservatives in the Canadian Senate group, 4 members, more than any other party in this Parliamentary Review Committee. So they have 4, 3, or 4, depending on how you want to count ex-Conservatives. Liberals have 3. The NDP has 1, the Bloc has 1, and then the Independent Senate Group has 1, the Progressive Senate Group has 1, and the Conservative Senators have 1. So it's a fair division of the membership of the committee that is so essential to moving forward immediately. So, Madam Speaker, we have a fair division of the chair roles. We have a fair division in terms of the party membership and the Senate group membership. And we should have been able, with that put on the table, to move forward on Monday with this, Madam Speaker. The Conservatives should have said, yes, this is important. We believe we need to move ahead.
rapidly, but instead they have delayed and want to delay because we're next week and the following week, our constituency weeks, obviously wanted to delay this for another 3 weeks. Ottawa can't wait. Canadians can't wait, Madam Speaker. We have to move ahead with this parliamentary review, and that's why it's so important that we have the vote tonight. And I'm thankful, of course, that 3 of the 4 recognized parties in the House of Commons will be voting yes on this motion. The Senate groups have said that they will be voting in support of this motion to put in place a parliamentary review. The NDP thinks it's absolutely essential. It has to happen now, and we can get to work tomorrow. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member will have about 8 minutes after we resume debate. Comme il est 17h44.
As it is 5:45, we will now move to private members' business. Orders of the day.
Business. Consideration at second reading of Bill C-216, Health-Based Approach to Substance Use Act, standing in the name of Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns, seconded by Ms. Cirillo, moves that Bill C-216, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act and to enact the Expungement of Certain Drug-Related Convictions Act and the National Strategy on Substance Use Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Debate. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Albany.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's just a huge honor to draw third order and precedence in this Parliament, Madam Speaker, to be able to table such an important piece of legislation. So it's my privilege tonight to introduce, it is emotional for me, Madam Speaker, because this is such an important bill. Bill C-216, a health-based approach to Substance Use Act today. And I want to thank my deputy House critic for the NDP from Port Moody, Coquitlam, for seconding this bill. Now, this bill's not new. It was originally tabled by the member from Vancouver Kingsway in the 43rd Parliament, but it died on the order paper because of an unnecessary election. Now, its time has come, and we can't delay anymore, Madam Speaker, which is why we're using this as the third bill in this House to debate, because lives are at stake, Madam Speaker. We know this from the same public health experts who asked us to follow the science at the beginning of the pandemic. We know this from provincial coroners' reports who tell the story with statistical evidence of record-breaking numbers of overdose deaths in our cities, our towns, and our rural communities. We know the time has come to debate these measures from Canada's police chiefs and from the municipal governments of our largest cities, supporting the decriminalization of possession of illicit drugs for personal use and providing access to a safe, regulated supply of drugs for users. We know the time has come from the families and loved ones of so many victims of drug poisoning, and from the heartbreaking stories the media reports about their pain. And each of us in this House, everyone, knows all too well the time has come for common sense reforms of Canada's drug laws from the phone calls we receive from our constituents, from mums and dads, brothers and sisters, friends and neighbors about overdose deaths caused by drug poisoning. They all tell us, they are telling us, the time has come to act on the decriminalization of simple possession and for the provision of a safe, regulated supply of substances. They're all asking us, Madam Speaker, to save lives. As the former provincial medical health officer of health from my home province in British Columbia, Dr. Perry Kendall said recently, quote, "The latest figures are unconscionable, and it's past time for an adult conversation, an adult discussion about drug policy. This bill is a health-based approach to substance use, and the debate is about having that adult discussion that hasn't taken place, Madam Speaker, in the history of this House. We know from the evidence that the so-called war on drugs has not worked over the past many decades. As frontline workers fighting to save lives on the streets of our towns and our cities remind us, it hasn't been so much a war on drugs, but it's been, and it continues to be, a war on drug users. The fact is that because a son or a daughter, a friend or a neighbor is addicted to drugs or just a weekend user, it shouldn't be a death sentence. Because too often it is. Sentenced to death by drugs poisoned with fentanyl and other dangerous substances by organized crime, seeking to maximize profits. In fact, fentanyl, Madam Speaker, is 100 times more potent than morphine, 50 times more potent than heroin, and is orders of magnitude cheaper to traffic than other drugs, creating a huge economic incentive at the cost of lives. A few grains of fentanyl can cause overdose and death. I know there is support in this Parliament for the measures proposed in this bill from many members and from many parties, and I am grateful for that support, especially my own party, Madam Speaker. They've been behind this the whole way. We may not all agree on the same specific actions required, but we all want to stop the harm. In 2020, Health Canada asked 18 esteemed experts in the field of substance use and addictions to come together as an expert task force on substance use and consider alternatives to criminal penalties for the simple possession of illicit drugs. The government promised it would be informed by this task force in its policy making going forward. It became a campaign promise, in fact. The expert task force was mindful of 5 core issues: stigma, disproportionate harms to populations experiencing structural inequity, harms from the illicit drug market, the financial burden on the health and criminal justice systems, and unaddressed underlying conditions. In May of 2021, we heard from these experts and were informed by their near unanimous recommendations. Not surprisingly, their recommendations mirror the measures proposed in this bill today for a truly health-based approach to substance use. In the same way that we listened to the advice of public health professionals in dealing with COVID-19 and the pandemic, we must listen to these experts about the overdose crisis, which is killing increasing numbers of Canadians from coast to coast to coast. First, the task force found that the criminalization of simple possession causes harms to Canadians, and it needs to end. These aren't my words, Madam Speaker. They come from this body of esteemed experts gathered together by this government to guide the actions intended to save lives. Now, I'm going to repeat that again, Madam Speaker. Quote, first, the task force found that criminalization of simple possession causes harms to Canadians and needs to end. This is a human rights issue, Madam Speaker. Now, it's been more than 10 months and hundreds of deaths since the City of Vancouver applied for Section 56 decriminalization exemption with the support of its medical health officer and its chief of police. This is the exact same process Vancouver used to get the first supervised consumption site almost 20 years ago. The federal government of the day backed the city against provincial opposition as the need was so dire. This took courage and political will. The need is more dire today, Madam Speaker. We all know this. But for whatever reason, the Vancouver application, now joined by applications by British Columbia and the City of Toronto, sit on the minister's desk. Secondly, the government was informed by its own expert task force that, I quote, as part of decriminalization, criminal records from previous offences related to simple possession be fully expunged. This should be complete deletion, automatic, and cost-free. It's right in their report. This bill calls for full expungement of records of conviction for simple possession. It's time to relieve Canadians of this unnecessary burden. Why? Because those Canadians who are burdened with records of criminal conviction for simple possession of illicit substances face often insurmountable barriers, to employment, housing, child custody, and travel. Thirdly, this bill calls for a national plan, a strategy, Madam Speaker, to expand access to harm reduction, treatment, and recovery services across Canada. Importantly, this must include ensuring access to a regulated, safe supply for users. Instead of leaving the drug supply to gangs driven to maximize profits at the expense of lives, we must support the domestic production, production and regulation of a safer supply that is readily available and accessible to users. It has been more than almost 2 decades since the first sanctioned supervised consumption site opened, and another decade since the Supreme Court unanimously ruled that it must remain open. Yet there are still only a few dozen in the entire country. Why so few? Why such limited access for those who need the service? I submit it's because of a continued stigma and criminalization of drug users. Unfortunately, as these common sense reforms are advanced on a daily basis by public health professionals, law enforcement, the media, frontline workers, and substance users and their families, they've been given very little attention by this government. It's been 6 years, Madam Speaker. The overdose crisis isn't even mentioned in the Prime Minister's mandate letter to the Minister of Health, and given a low priority in his letter to the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions. Wasn't even in the speech from the throne. This crisis must be treated with urgency. It's a health emergency, Madam Speaker. Slow-walking essential reforms through protracted political and bureaucratic deliberation, or worse, ignoring them altogether, will only result in more preventable deaths. We all want lives to be safe, so let's take the politics out of the overdose and toxic drug supply crisis. Madam Speaker, Indigenous people are disproportionately affected, and we must work with them in partnership on the implementation of a health-based approach. Frontline workers struggling day in and day out to save lives, they must also be partners in implementing a health-based approach. Public health professionals and law enforcement must be engaged along with territorial, provincial, and municipal governments. In summary, I ask for your consideration of the 3 essential measures proposed in this bill. First, the stigma of substance use can be addressed by repealing the provision of the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act that makes it an offense to personally possess certain substances. Second, barriers to employment, housing, and other essential of life be removed for Canadians with certain drug-related convictions through the destruction or removal of the judicial records of those convictions that are in federal systems. And third, Madam Speaker, and finally, a health-based approach to substance use can be created through a national strategy on Substance Use Act, which would require the Minister of Health to address the harm caused by problematic substance use. A national strategy should include, but not be limited by, access to a safe, regulated supply of substances for users, universal access to recovery, trauma-based treatment and harm reduction services, prevention programs and outreach, and public awareness programs. None of the above should cause this government to delay further the approval of applications by British Columbia and the cities of Vancouver and Toronto for Section 56 decriminalization exemptions. Unfortunately, ministers and their officials continue to hem and haw about the differences between the applications as they pertain to the threshold of quantities that are possessed. This should not be an excuse for delaying our movement as a nation towards decriminalization. Similarly, with the expansion of safe injection sites and the provision of safe drugs under existing laws, we can't let this debate and the legislative and regulatory actions that must follow delay or defer providing access to a safe supply now. Evidence shows that users are not dying from overdoses in safe injection sites where they exist. In fact, there has not been a single overdose death in any of the safe injection sites in this country, Madam Speaker. Not one. Not a single overdose death. We learned from this that a regulated, safer supply will save lives. And as I said at the beginning of my remarks, this bill, a health-based approach to substance use, aims to save lives. The Public Health Agency of Canada projects that we will lose at least another 3,000 Canadians just in the first half of this year alone. This is not just a statistic, Madam Speaker, this is a tragedy. This is enormous loss of life. And of course, in the stories of the families who have just lost loved ones to illicit drug poisoning, when we know from the evidence and from the advice of public experts that these deaths could have been prevented. Now, who are they? 75% of the deaths are men. The majority between, people aged 20 to 49 years old. The Indigenous people are especially at high risk in our country, Madam Speaker. In BC, my own province, First Nations people died of an overdose rate of 5.3 times the rate of other residents in 2020. Most are economically vulnerable. Only a quarter of the men and a third of the women had some level of employment. And for those who were employed, most were concentrated in the trades and other physically demanding occupations that were also more prone to higher rates of injury and unmanaged pain. They are dying alone. In Ontario, 75% of fatal overdoses in 2021 occurred where no one was present to intervene. In BC, 83% of overdose deaths occurred inside, more than half in private residence. We know from the Public Health Agency of Canada that without significant interventions, the rate of deaths and harms will worsen, and altering the course of the overdose crisis will become even more challenging. Over the past 6 years, we've lost over 25,000 lives, and Canada still does not have a strategy. We know from coroner's reports, frontline workers and users that people are dying from drugs that are for the most part poisoned with fentanyl and other chemicals to maximize profit of organized crime. Some are addicted to illicit drugs, many are not. They're occasional users seeking relief from the pain or past trauma or the challenges of everyday life. And I know that some members will say the emphasis of our approach should be limited to providing treatment for addiction. Well, trauma-based treatment leading to recovery from an addiction is an important component of a health-based approach to substance use. We must stop the harm first. As the member for Vancouver East told this House last month, dead people don't need treatment. I want to thank you, Madam Speaker, all my colleagues in this House, for your consideration of this very important bill, and I look forward to your comments, your ideas, and your questions.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Honorable Secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to give sincere thanks to the member for Courtenay Alberni for his speech. This crisis has already taken too many lives. We understand that it's urgent to act, and that is why it is a priority for us too.
If we agree on moving in this direction requires addressing fundamental issues, including working with partners to establish appropriate thresholds, to define possession, and ensure other supports are in place.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, I do believe that we need to work together, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my colleague, and I look forward to working with her. When we talk about thresholds, the concern is if they're too low, they exclude people. And, you know, we know that people that, and it also incentivizes people that use drugs to go and use them more. But typically with thresholds, it excludes the people that use drugs the most. And so that's a concern, of course. And, you know, when I think about quantity of substances, I try to relate it to quantity of lives. Because the lower the threshold, it means less lives we save. The higher the threshold means more lives we save. And in Canadian case law right now, you know, the way they enforce the laws is not based on thresholds, about, you know, action. So it's something that we do need to talk about and look at. But again, if my colleague and if members will consider that the lower the threshold, it means less people's lives we save. We're here to save lives. We're here to protect Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for the bill. And obviously, it's important to have a health-based approach, and that is the approach in Quebec. But you must know, Madam Speaker, that this approach cannot just be financed with good sentiments. And so I want to know whether there will be an increase in health transfers to provinces so that the Canada Health Transfer can cover 35% of healthcare costs in the provinces.
I appreciate the question from my colleague, and I want to thank him. He's always pushing really hard to increase the health transfers to provinces, which is so important because we know the system is underfunded. People need immediate access to treatment. They can't get that right now. The amount of money that's been spent, when we look at the comparison to COVID-19 and we look at the overdose crisis, the stigma's there. It's pretty clear. It requires significant investment, but a strategy, you know, is critical to ensuring that provincial and territorial governments are part of that conversation and are partners in delivering the protection that's needed to stop the death of people due to a poison drug supply. So I appreciate the question from my colleague, and absolutely, it needs robust investment, but it needs to also be treated, you know, fairly, and representation of 25,000 people have died from a poison drug supply in 6 years, and the stigma is clear in the amount of money the government's invested in this crisis, this health emergency.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you, I want to say thank you to the member for Courtenay Alberni for his leadership with this bill. Through you, I want him to know that the member for Saanich Gulf Islands and I will both be supporting this for the simple reason that this bill, if passed, would save lives. In Waterloo Region alone, it was 155 preventable deaths last year alone. This bill follows the recommendations we already have from the expert task force on substance use. And this bill follows through on the talk in this House, recognizing that the poisoning crisis is not a criminal justice issue, but one of public health. And so I'd like to ask him about the importance of low barrier access to safe supply, which is part of the national strategy called for in this bill.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, Madam Speaker, it's a great question. I want to thank my colleague for supporting this bill. And I am disappointed I'm not getting a question from the Conservative Party today, Madam Speaker, on such a critical issue, because people are dying. And if we don't take action and we continue the path we're going, it's a death sentence for drug users. I have to say that, Madam Speaker, that the status quo isn't working, and ideology can't get in the way of expert and professional advice and evidence-based decision making. So this bill is based on that, and in terms of a safe supply, right now we know, Madam Speaker, that 69% of drugs on the street is actually tainted with fentanyl. That's gone up from 29% just 5 years ago, Madam Speaker. So we need to tackle this issue. People who use drugs need a safe supply. It should not be a death sentence when they use drugs.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Yukon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise this evening to speak in support of this bill presented by my colleague, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni, and I thank the member for his dedication and leadership in this issue. While we've only recently met, I know he's long been an advocate for individuals struggling with mental health and addictions, and I would very much like to take a moment to thank him. These are issues very important to me as well. In our own ways, each of us has worked for a number of years raising awareness and striving to address the toxic drug crisis. He in this chamber and me in my former role as Chief Medical Officer of Health for Yukon. I was serving as Yukon's CMOH back in 2016 when the first fentanyl fatality occurred in the territory. Since then, Canada has lost more than 26,000 people to overdoses. Untold numbers of Canadians have had their lives dramatically changed forever due to the untimely and preventable loss of loved ones. My territory of the Yukon currently has the highest per capita mortality rate for toxic drug overdoses amongst the provinces and territories. And I cannot overstate how this has affected every single member of my riding. But we know this is a problem that belongs to all of Canada. As CMOH of Yukon, I worked with the Yukon government, First Nations, and community partners to introduce improvements in prevention, clinical care, access to treatment, education, and harm reduction. And I'm pleased that the Liberal government, of which I'm a proud member, has stepped up to address this toxic drug crisis. I know that without the multiple arrays of federal supports, we would not have had the successes in Yukon that we have had to date. The Honourable Minister of Mental Health and Addictions has already demonstrated strong leadership in this new ministry. Our government already recognises that problematic substance use is first and foremost a public health issue, and we are working to divert people who use drugs away from the criminal justice system and towards supportive and trusted relationships. We have a multifaceted approach building on previous action, including investments of over $700 million in community-led harm reduction, treatment and prevention projects, which are so important. And importantly, we have also received Section 56 exemption requests from BC, Vancouver and Toronto Public Health, and they are being reviewed on an urgent basis. Our government has also invested over $60 million to expand access to a safe supply of prescription opioids, also increasing access to life-saving naloxone across the country, including remote and isolated Indigenous communities. Since 2017, supervised consumption sites in Canada have received more than 2.9 million visits, reversed almost 27,000 overdoses without a single death at a site. And we're investing $425 million annually for community-based services to address the mental wellness needs of First Nations and Inuit peoples. Our government is clear that we will use every tool at our disposal to end this national public health crisis. Whether in Yukon or in any other location in Canada, though, there is more we can do, and there is more that we should do. Part of this is expanding and building on what we are already achieving across the country. Currently, there are effective practices in place that can be scaled up and shared. In addition, it is time that we formally consider decriminalization as a national policy. Decriminalization, simply put, means that we would no longer be considering simple possession of narcotic drugs and other controlled substances to be a criminal act. Rather, such possession speaks to a health issue that must be treated as a health issue. It's important to say, though, what this is not. Those who commit serious offenses, including trafficking, will continue to receive serious sentences. And this enactment amends the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act to repeal a provision that makes it an offense to possess certain substances and make consequential amendments to other acts. In addition, it enacts the Expungement of Certain Drug-Related Convictions Act, establishing a procedure for expunging certain drug-related convictions, and provides for the destruction or removal of the judicial records of those convictions that are in federal repositories and systems. And finally, it enacts the National Strategy on Substance Use Act, which requires the Minister of Health to develop a national strategy to address the harm caused by problematic substance use. The Honourable Minister of Mental Health and Addictions was correct when she said decriminalization on its own with a toxic drug supply will not save the lives that we need. The key words here being on its own. The important step of decriminalization must be in step with all the other components, building on the work done over the previous years by all levels of government on safe supply, on education and reducing stigmatization, on access to treatment and better clinical management. We need to provide better training for frontline workers responding to these crises, and perhaps need to consider education and training for other community members, particularly for isolated communities. Safe supply, supervised consumption, better access to treatment, effective prevention, and decriminalization are all approaches that combined can help prevent more deaths. As we know, BC, Vancouver, Winnipeg, Toronto are all calling for the decriminalization of the possession of small amounts of illicit drugs. The country's largest mental health teaching hospital, the Centre for Addiction and Mental Health in Toronto, is also pressing for it, and we know it's a position shared by the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police. It's also a position of the Canadian Medical Association and my own Yukon Medical Association. In addition to all this, all that the government has done to address this crisis in recent years, we do need an approach which will consider a broader approach to the issue, including decriminalization. These are critical discussions we must have, which is why I'm happy to speak to my colleagues' bill, support it, and help it get to committee. I think it's the direction we need to move in, and I look forward to working on it with this House. I believe to move forward, we need to speak passionately, we need to show compassion, we need to make sure we're doing all we can to get the evidence across as clearly as possible. Our decisions in this House should always put what is right for Canadians first, by following the evidence and facts, medical or otherwise. People are dying, we must act. This bill must be carefully and critically considered. I am very pleased that my colleague has brought this forward. I very much look forward to working with the Honourable Member opposite on this critical issue, as well as any other measures to address this opioid crisis. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank the member from Courtenay Alberni for his passionate work on this file. I think we share an idea of seeing a world free from addiction. I would also like to thank two very dear friends of mine, Eric and Sheldon, for their assistance in helping me with this speech here today, and especially for sharing their experience, strength, and hope with those in addiction and helping them find a path towards recovery. Addiction is an indiscriminate disease that is ravaging Canadian communities with horrifying momentum. It steals the lives of so many Canadians each and every day. 2021 was the deadliest year on record for opioid-related overdoses, and Statistics Canada says that 2022 is on track to be another record-setting year. Conservatives believe that addiction is a health issue and it must be treated as such. We believe that there needs to be an increased resources for treatment and to shift our focus towards recovery. Conservatives put forward a recovery-focused approach, one that put focus on treating addictions as a health condition directly in our recent election platform. Had we formed government, we wanted to revise the federal government's substance abuse policy framework to make recovery an overarching goal. We would have reoriented the Canadian drug and substance strategy towards ensuring that everyone suffering from addictions had an opportunity to recover and lead a drug-free life, and that all policies would fall under the strategy, would have a reduction, harm, and promotion of recovery as their objectives. We proposed concrete and detailed examples of how we would realize these goals, such as making a number of investments to create residential drug treatment beds and build recovery centres, including land-based treatment programs developed and managed by Indigenous communities. Madam Speaker, Canada currently has a serious lack of addiction treatment space. There are often long wait lists and many barriers that prevent Canadians with addictions from receiving the support they need. I want to paint a picture of what I mean by pointing to some amazing work that's being done in my home province of Alberta, where there has been a marked change in approach over the last few years when it comes to addiction. Alberta has become focused on building a recovery-oriented system of care, one that helps people move from a life of addiction into a life of recovery. Over the last 3 years, they've made key investments to achieve the goal of recovery. They've created 8,000 treatment spaces, meaning that over 8,000 Albertans can access detox, treatment, and recovery services every single year. And importantly, all of these new spaces are at no cost to Albertans, since Alberta is the first province in Canada to completely eliminate user fees for publicly funded addiction treatment. They've made gold standard opioid treatment drugs available on demand through the virtual opioid dependency program so that any Albertan can access evidence-based medications from anywhere in the province. They're building 5 new recovery communities that will add an additional 400 beds to our provincial treatment capacity. While I don't believe that jail is the best place to address addiction, I think we really need to think carefully about how we proceed, and I have some concerns about the approach put forward by the member from Courtenay Alberni. In fact, the Alberta Association of Chiefs of Police has been clear that they do not support decriminalization without first having necessary prevention, intervention, treatment, recovery, and recovery supports in place. Decriminalizing without having the appropriate access to treatment and supports in place is akin to putting the cart before the horse. People often like to point to jurisdictions such as Portugal when they talk about decriminalization. But what has often failed to be realized is that in Portugal, drugs remain illegal. And people who are in possession of deadly and dangerous drugs still face administrative penalties while they're being offered treatment. Portugal also took the time to transition carefully to a recovery model so as to not leave addicts stuck in limbo at the risk of overdose. The Portugal model is effectively a diversionary tool to assertively help people access treatment and recovery. And most importantly, Portugal has a freely and rapidly accessible treatment system. You cannot simply take away penalties and expect things to get better. We need a comprehensive, recovery-oriented system of care in place before we can even start to talk about decriminalization. The problem at the moment is that the system of care across Canada is simply not adequate to be able to handle the number of people that would be diverted into treatment if this approach were to be adopted. And I think we could point to the example of Oregon as an example of where decriminalization was brought forward without adequate capacity in place, and unfortunately, it isn't going very well. Their model was marketed as a tool to help people access treatment and recovery, but it didn't focus on building the healthcare capacity. What we now see in Oregon is a dysfunctional and underfunded system that lacks adequate space for treatment and recovery. Essentially, their healthcare system wasn't prepared for it and doesn't have the resources available to implement properly. Canada needs to have a government that will invest in offering recovery and healing with a substance abuse policy framework that makes recovery from substance dependency its primary purpose. It's worth pointing out that the Government of Alberta is currently undertaking an evidence-based study through Alberta's Select Special Committee to examine safe supply. And in this study, they're hearing testimony from a number of witnesses. And I want to point to one particular witness, Dr. Keith Humphreys. He's currently the chair of the Stanford Lancet Commission, and he was the former White House drug policy advisor to President Obama. And in his policy assertion, he states that safe supply is not based in evidence. And I think that that's really important to make sure that we are keeping that in mind. And I want to remind the House that OxyContin, the very drug that is responsible for so much of the opioid dependency issues we have today, was billed as safe supply when it was originally brought forward. And it is effectively a marketing tool rather than a medical term. There is not going to be a one-size-fits-all solution to recovery and addiction. We need a suite of programs and initiatives to address this crisis. But I think that the most important thing is that we need to expand access to a range of treatments right now. These services have to be provided in a manner that is fair to the community, assertive in dealing with the illness of addiction, and compassionate to the person who is struggling. Recovery must always be reorganized, or must always be recognized as an achievable goal, and patients need to be assertively encouraged to pursue it. This means innovative treatment and recovery healing modalities that are not Band-Aid solutions, managing addiction, but neglecting the root causes. Until recovery is as easy to access as drugs, we should not even think about moving in this direction. Thank you, Madam Chair.
L'honorable député de Montcalm.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak about Bill C-216, the member for Courtenay Alberni's bill. I've been working with him since 2015. He's a very passionate man. He is tabling his bill today at adoption in principle stage. He really wants us to make progress on this matter, which is gravely important. I will read the summary of the bill because this bill would do three things. I thought that the current government might want to deal with this in C5. It seems that that's not the case. As for the Bloc Québécois, and I'm just thinking it out loud here, our stance is sort of in between the two. And I will explain our stance. So first, this summary. This enactment amends the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act to repeal a provision that makes it an offense to possess certain substances. It also makes consequential amendments to other acts. In addition, it enacts the expungement. We have debated this. When someone is arrested for simple possession, that person has, of course, substance use problems, but then also has a criminal record with all the problems that that entails, including being stigmatized. So that was the second aspect of the bill. The third is important, yes, but is the least exciting to me at this point. It's not that I don't feel it's important that there be a Canada-wide strategy on substance use, because, of course, substance use is a problem, a complex one at that. But this aspect of the bill would require the Minister of Health to develop a national strategy to address the harm caused by problematic substance use. But when you look at the text of the bill toward the end, you will realize that when it comes to this strategy, well, it will be implemented in the year following the enactment of the Act. So, for provisions related to simple possession. Allow me to continue to think out loud here, because this would be problematic. Now I'm going to do something that we don't often do in this House. We've also talked about medical aid in dying, which is also a very serious and important matter. But I may want to give a personal example. There has been a long evolution, a long history here, and an evolution in the sociology of law. We are lawmakers in this place. Now, in 2022, we don't see substance use as a crime issue. We see it rather as a socioeconomic problem, a mental health problem, a health problem. I would like to tell you that in my life, I experienced a privilege. 24 years ago, I participated in something, in an experience which really helped me to grow as a person. Since then, I was never ever able to look at a homeless person suffering multiple substance use problems as a simple drug user. Why did things change for me? Well, some students came to see me. They had an idea. They wanted my ethical guidance. They told me that there's a house called Cousin Evelyn's House, and it's sort of like a transition house. There was a pilot project for diversion. The goal of the project was for people to have a spot, a bed in this transition house. But in order to get a bed, a spot, you had to be homeless, you had to be a drug addict, and you also had to have HIV. These were the conditions. In the downtown area, unfortunately, they were able to find many people under 35 who met these three criteria. We went to find them, to meet them, to talk to them. And these people can be anyone. You, Madam Speaker, myself, your grandson, your daughter, my daughter. We're talking about people who had led a life that was totally different from where they had ended up, where they were at that point. Some of them were such great people. I remember one of them had studied at Oxford. And so were we to have a coffee early in the morning and talk philosophy, he could really teach me things. But he had reached a point where the only thing he cared about on a day-to-day basis was dealing with his drug addiction. Neighborhood police were supervising, so this transition house, these drug addicts or users, they were able to go to the house and use their substances safely. But they would go into this house where they were allowed to use their substances without any issue, but they would still go into a room and close the door to do it in hiding. And there were police nearby who could always bring them to this place, my cousin Evelyn home. Long story short, we only looked at some things after 3 months. We learned a lot during that time. At my cousin Evelyn's, we realized that some people who are truly at the bottom of the barrel, drowning, truly at their lowest point. Sometimes people think that getting out of drug use is just a matter of willpower. Well, even if you try, you might relapse. This is all part of the equation. I saw all of this, which is what made it such a memorable experience for me. And when you hit rock bottom, you're alone. These individuals, they didn't have anyone around them, and they recognized that they had, in fact, pushed them away and alienated themselves. But at my cousin Evelyn, they were able to get some help to reconnect with their families. We really witnessed some very intense human moments. And that's why I wish to say, Madam Speaker, that we do want decriminalization, but we don't want to decriminalize if we don't have the right tools to do so. There is a report that we have from the Canadian Centre for Substance Use and Addiction. In the report, it says that decriminalizing is just one part of a multi-pronged effort which needs many different actions. Like in Portugal. In Portugal, they also deployed a host of treatment, harm reduction programs 2 years before decriminalization. The Canada-wide strategy, the national strategy, should come before decriminalization, because we don't want any levels of government to shirk their responsibility because some individuals are no longer in the system. This bill, we hope that we will be able to improve it. So we will give that some thought, Madam Speaker, and I see my time has run out. That went really quickly. Thank you.
For Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am deeply honored to rise today to speak to Bill C-216, the Health-Based Approach to Substance Use Act. I would like to thank my colleague, the Honourable Member for Courtney Alberni, for introducing this legislation and for his tireless efforts to advance compassionate and evidence-based drug policy in this country. Madam Speaker, in the shadow of COVID-19, the overdose epidemic has rapidly worsened across Canada, and that's hard to believe that could have happened. In British Columbia, 2,224 people died from overdoses in 2021 alone. This represents the deadliest year on record in Canadian history and a 26% increase from 2020. December 2021 was also the deadliest month on record in British Columbia, with 215 people losing their lives that month alone from an opioid poisoned drug death. That's the equivalent of about 7 deaths per day. Across Canada, over 25,000 Canadians have lost their lives to the overdose epidemic in the last 6 years alone. Now, although COVID-19 has fueled this crisis, it did not create it. Decades of criminalization, a toxic, poisoned, illicit supply, and a lack of timely access to harm reduction, treatment, and recovery services have caused this ongoing catastrophe. Now, this Liberal government claims that its response to COVID-19 has been evidence-based and informed by science and by the advice of public health experts. It's time to apply that approach to Canada's other epidemic. It's time to treat substance use and addiction as the health issues they truly are. The legislation before this House today would do exactly that. The Health-Based Approach to Substance Use Act would comprehensively address Canada's overdose epidemic by the following. It will decriminalize personal drug possession. It will provide for record expungement. It will ensure a low-barrier access to regulated, safe supply. And it would expand access to harm reduction, treatment, and recovery services across Canada, while also focusing on prevention and education. Madam Speaker, decriminalization is one of those issues where I believe voters are far ahead of politicians. It is a policy area where public opinion more accurately reflects the empirical data than our laws do. That's because not a single community across Canada is untouched by addiction. Everyone has a mother, father, sister, brother, uncle, aunt, cousin, grandparent, partner, friend, neighbor, or coworker, or child, or maybe even themselves, who has struggled with problematic substance use or substance use disorder. Indeed, Canadians understand intuitively something that is critically important to acknowledge in this House tonight. Those who are suffering are not criminals. They are vulnerable people experiencing tremendous pain. In his years working in Vancouver's downtown east side, Dr. Gabor Mate, whom I consider to be an expert of global stature and a great Canadian, has found that childhood trauma and emotional pain lie at the root of addiction. Dr. Mate said this: "This is not a war on drugs. This is a war on drug addicts." Addiction can never be understood if looked at through the lens of moralism and judgment. It's time as a society we ask not why the addiction, but instead, why the pain? Indeed, Madam Speaker, if we accept that pain and trauma are at the root of addiction, then criminalization can only be seen as cruel and counterproductive because it compounds the very problem it seeks to correct. Stigma, shame, and abuse are the core emotional issues of those suffering from substance use disorder, and criminalizing their behavior exacerbates and deepens that shame and stigma. This is obvious. Criminal sanctions are society's way of imposing maximum trauma on individuals. They get harassed by the police. They go through the indignity of arrest. They go into the very serious, intimidating context of a court. They go through a trial. They go to jail. This system is designed to impose the most serious pressure society can possibly impose. In other words, when we criminalize substance use, we re-traumatize people who are already struggling to cope with trauma. Moreover, decades of evidence have demonstrated that criminalization serves to keep people who use drugs away from prevention and early treatment. Health services, due to fear of being arrested, labeled, or outed. Criminalization also pushes people who use drugs to rely on an illicit and obviously toxic drug supply. Madam Speaker, if criminalizing drug use worked, we would have eliminated it years ago. But instead, we have spent billions of dollars, harmed millions of people, torn families and communities apart, ruined individuals' lives, and achieved nothing. It is said that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again while expecting a different result. Madam Speaker, if that's the case, decades of lawmakers in this House have been and are insane. Part 1 of this legislation would end Canada's war on drugs once and for all by striking the prohibition against personal possession from the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. It would end the insanity of the war on drugs. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, criminal records amplify the harms of criminalization by exposing people who use drugs to ongoing discrimination and creating barriers to housing, gainful employment, travel, and community involvement. This in turn leads to further stigmatization and marginalization. The disproportionate impact of criminal records on racialized and Indigenous communities has also been well documented. That is why Part 2 of this legislation is so essential to a health-based approach to drug use, because it would ensure that criminal records from previous offenses related to personal possession are fully expunged so that someone doesn't carry stigmatization for the rest of their lives. Now, unlike this Liberal government's failed policy on cannabis pardons, the process outlined in this bill would provide for an automatic, cost-free, and complete deletion of records. Finally, Madam Speaker, Part 3 of this legislation would require the development and implementation of a comprehensive national strategy to address the harm caused by problematic substance use. It would get at the real cause of the deaths. This strategy would be developed in collaboration with key stakeholders, including advocacy organizations, frontline healthcare providers, and importantly, individuals with lived experience. It would address the root causes of problematic substance use, ensure access to safe, regulated supply, provide universal access to recovery, treatment, and harm reduction services, and reduce the stigma associated with substance use. There is an urgent need for low-barrier access to a safe supply of pharmaceutical-grade alternatives to illegal street drugs of all types for everyone now. Given that the main driver of the overdose crisis is the fact that the illicit poison drug supply is toxic and unpredictable, experts have been clear that the death toll cannot be abated without this evidence-based measure. Although limited access to safe supply has been provided in some jurisdictions, existing programs do not come anywhere even close to meeting demand across this country. To emphasize, it is the toxic poison street supply of drugs run by criminalized manufacturers with no regulation that is killing Canadians by the thousands. Any law that does not address this is not health-based. It is contributing to fatalities. Now, some in this government say they believe in treating addiction as a health issue, not a criminal one. I have heard 3 consecutive Liberal health ministers and a Liberal Prime Minister say this many times, but they refuse to act on this claim. The Controlled Drugs and Substances Act is the law that criminalizes drug use and addiction, and it's a federal law. I am calling on every member of this House, especially Liberals, and I'm calling them on that contradiction tonight, because this is a contradiction that kills. You cannot say you treat drug use and addiction as a health issue and leave it criminalized on the federal books to continue to kill people. Madam Speaker, I hope all parliamentarians stop the insanity and let's start treating drug use and addiction as a health issue that it really is.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader for 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's safe to say, in reflection, whether I've heard it from the Prime Minister or, as the member has just pointed out, ministers of health of this government, or indeed members of our caucus, of the Liberal caucus, from my colleague from the North to members from British Columbia, from the province of Quebec, in fact, in all regions of our country, we have recognized that this is a national public health crisis that we're talking about. And at the same time, we do recognize that it is a public health issue, Madam Speaker. And we have consistently said that through the years. In fact, I can remember sitting in the opposition benches when I had talked about the importance of supervised safe injection sites, citing Vancouver as an example where we saw different levels of government, what member references as first responders, many different advocates that are dealing with the types of issues that we're talking about today, come together and ultimately, I believe, set a stage to say that, look, it is a health issue, And we need to work collectively together in order to be able to take on that issue. And we have seen success, great success. It has already been referenced today that no one has actually died of an overdose at one of these supervised safe injection sites. We're talking well over 2 million visits in a year, Madam Speaker. I think that we have to be aware that we're not talking about the odd person that has the addiction. There are people that are living in all of our communities that have a serious addiction. And that's why we talk about it being a public health crisis. And it is a health issue. And I see you're standing, and I'll be able to...
Yes, the honourable member still has 7 minutes and a half to pursue his speech on the matter when the bill next comes to the House. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. Government orders. Government business number 9. Parliamentary Review Committee, pursuant to the Emergencies Act, resuming debate on the amendment of Mr. Brassard.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This is the third episode of this 20-minute speech. The first episode on Monday, I talked about the impacts of the occupation on the people of Ottawa, and other members have spoken to this as well. Profoundly disturbing stories from the people of Ottawa as the occupation in so many cases wrecked their quality of life. I think particularly poignantly to seniors and people with disabilities that were unable to get essential services, unable to get grocery delivery. Not something that should be treated lightly at all, plus the thousands of jobs that were lost, the hundreds of businesses that had to close, the assaults, the vandalism, all of this in a general condition of lawlessness, Madam Speaker, that many members of Parliament witnessed firsthand, as I did being in Ottawa for the entire 3 weeks of the occupation. And we know, of course, the blockades across the country causing similar hardships. And, of course, in the case of Coutts, Alberta, that blockade leading to criminal charges, conspiracy to commit murder, one of the most serious charges one can imagine. 4 cases of charges, conspiracy to commit murder against police officers. So very, very serious. That was the first part of my speech. Madam Speaker, the second part of my speech that took place earlier today, this afternoon, was about the importance of getting immediately in place the Parliamentary Review Committee. And the balance that is there, the fact that there are co-chairs, both from members of Parliament who supported the Emergencies Act in the vote and that opposed the Emergencies Act, the balance that is there is highly appropriate, and the composition of the committee itself, making sure that all of the 4 Senate groups are represented, that in the House of Commons, that the Conservatives, of course, have actually, including ex-Conservatives, more representation than any other party. And so the importance of getting this immediately into place so that the parliamentary review can begin. And I still wonder, Madam Speaker, why we are in a situation where Conservatives are trying to hold this up and not trying to get to the point where we can have this committee in place tomorrow, starting the work tomorrow. It should have been yesterday. It should have been Monday, Madam Speaker, but we can move now, and we need to move now on this parliamentary review. And of course, that parliamentary review in the statutes is clear that we need to be looking at the Emergencies Act, how it applied, how it may have helped, and detractors might say how it might have hindered, but we need to make sure that we are aware and that that parliamentary review committee being put into place immediately needs to take every aspect to look at the measures that were put into place and their effectiveness. We also believe, Madam Speaker, that this Parliamentary Review Committee must be doing a number of other things because it's the imposition of the Emergencies Act also needs to look at what transpired in the 3 weeks prior. And so there are questions that Canadians want answers to. The first being how the convoy was able to establish itself and cut off downtown Ottawa, cut off thousands of residents from essential services, close businesses, throw thousands of people out of work. How that was able to happen, what were the policing measures that were not taken that allowed the occupation to occur with the incredible hardship that so many people in Ottawa lived through, and the constant threat of violence. As you know, Madam Speaker, there were assaults, there were a number of cases of businesses being vandalized. The threat of violence was something that was over the city for the entire period. So how did policing apply in that case? Madam Speaker, of course, we are all thankful that the provisions of the Emergencies Act, I would submit, made sure that there was a peaceful resolution a week and a half ago to ensure that the occupation was brought to an end. I would submit that the designated areas allowed when the noted racist Pat King called for immediate reinforcements for thousands of people to come to Parliament Hill. The fact that the Emergencies Act provisions were in place stopped those thousands of reinforcements from actually coming to the Hill, and protected both demonstrators, protesters, and the police to lead to that peaceful resolution that we saw. And of course, the essential services aspect, tow truck drivers that have been intimidated and threatened were able to, were through the provision of the Emergencies Act, able to make sure that they could do their job without that threat hanging over their heads, and tow the trucks that had stopped activity in Ottawa for weeks and allowed them to be towed away. And of course, the financial provisions, Madam Speaker, used in a few dozen cases for 200 accounts in total, but they cut off that flow of money coming from foreign sources, Madam Speaker, which I think, of course, is something that we need to be very, very conscious of the foreign interference that took place that created such appalling conditions in the city of Ottawa. So ensuring that the policing is evaluated not only on the basis of that success, but comparing it as well to the policing that does not have the same measure that we've seen in the case of Indigenous peoples and racialized peoples. There are very clearly, there's a double standard in terms of policing. This needs to be looked at, and we need to learn from this to ensure that the peaceful end to the occupation that finally occurred through, I would suggest, effective policing, also is something that applies in other cases. Particularly for Indigenous peoples, there is no doubt it has been a tragedy, the interactions with police officers that have so often led to tragedy. And then of course, the aspect of this particular convoy and the leaders' messages. The leaders of the convoy extolled unadulterated racism with no compunction at all. They just simply blurted it out, and at the same time, Madam Speaker, as you're well aware, their so-called manifesto sought an end to constitutional democratically elected government in Canada. We can't push that under the rug. We can't delay, as some members seem to want to delay consideration of the parliamentary review. This is something that needs to be taken absolutely seriously. This is something that I think for so many Canadians poses a clear and direct threat to our democracy. And so we have to make sure that the parliamentary review also includes the clear statements of intent from the leaders of this convoy and their despicable, often racist comments. So, Madam Speaker, there is also, and this is profoundly important, the elements of why the federal government didn't act immediately. And of course, as I noted, the provisions of the Emergencies Act itself. How did it apply? What lessons can we learn? What can we bring forward to the future? So the NDP's position is very clear. We need to move quickly. We should have been putting this into place on Monday. It is now Wednesday night. Let us get this vote through. Let us establish the committee, and let the committee start their work tomorrow so we can get to the bottom of all these important questions that Canadians are asking from coast to coast to coast. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I certainly agree with the member with respect to how urgently we need to move forward on this to get this work started so we can fully understand exactly what happened for all the reasons that he said. One of the reasons why we're having this debate today, Madam Speaker, is because the Conservatives are unwilling to accept the fact that they will not have a position of being chair on this committee. The government took the position, or at least this side of the House took the position, that it was probably in the best interest not to have the governing party have a chair on the committee, nor the party that seemed to be supporting the occupiers, but instead to give that responsibility to the Bloc and the NDP and the Senate in order to make it as non-partisan as possible. I'm wondering if the member can reflect on if he thinks that that is a good setup and a good scenario given the circumstances of what happened over the last number of weeks.
The member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. And certainly agree with him that the consideration of having both sides represented as co-chairs is fundamentally important. We would not have supported having a government chair. It is not appropriate for parliamentary review. And I had understood the Conservative position as being similar, but they've tragically changed their position so many times over the past few days, Madam Speaker, that I'm not even sure where they're at now. In each change of position, there seems to be a willingness to delay, knowing that there were 2 constituency weeks, knowing that the decision had to be made this week if we were to get the committee up and running and working promptly this week so that we can start to get answers in the coming weeks. And it seems to me strange for a party that said that they wanted accountability to want to delay to such an unacceptable extent, Madam Speaker. It just does not make sense. And I know it would be unparliamentary for me to note that there's not a single Conservative actually debating this motion tonight in the House, so I won't mention that. But very clearly, I think the Conservatives have not been responsible or appropriate. And the other 3 parties that are recognized in the House of Commons have agreements. The Senate groups have an agreement. Let's get on with it, and let's get this committee started.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from New Westminster Burnaby. We share a border, and we have a lot of similar sentiments in the constituents in our ridings, and I know that in the riding of Port Moody, Coquitlam, Anmore, and Belcarra, many people were anxious and scared and feeling very uncomfortable with some of the symbols that they saw, and actually were worried about how this was going to infect potentially other communities in Canada and other trade corridors. And I know that in BC we did experience shutdowns to our borders and trade corridors. All of it very difficult for folks to understand, and that's why this committee is so important. So I just asked the member, one of the things that has come up a lot in the last 3 weeks is just the different treatment of Indigenous land defenders and environmental activists that are actively trying to protect their land, and the way that there was such a difference in the treatment from law enforcement. So I wonder if the member could just let my community know if they will get answers to that disparity.
He's here. I see. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague from Port Moody Coquitlam. She's an extraordinarily strong member of Parliament, does a great service to the people of Port Moody Coquitlam, Belcarra, and Anmore. And these are the kinds of questions that she asks are so effective in the House of Commons. She's absolutely right. We have seen different treatment of Indigenous land defenders, different treatment of environmental activists, a different treatment of racialized people. And we need to get to the bottom of that differing treatment and ensure that there is a similar high standard of treatment that all Canadians can expect from policing. I think it is fair to say that the peaceful resolution of the occupation in many ways could be seen as a model. There were no serious injuries. there was an effective use of policing under the powers of the Emergencies Act to bring a peaceful end. Thank goodness, Madam Speaker, that happened that way.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think forgive me, I want to make sure my headset is right. I thank the Honourable Member for his speech, and I agree with him that it was some of the most amazing police work that certainly, that I think, certainly the most amazing police world when one considers what our police were and the RCMP by the time that the operation went forward to remove so many people and vehicles and to do so professionally and with such restraint. And my question to my honorable friend from New Westminster Burnaby is, how does he think it's possible that so many citizens have completely different views of what transpired? Russia Today, for instance, reported massive police brutality. Rebel News reported police brutality, and yet those of us who were present in the city and close to what happened and talking to RCMP and police have a completely different understanding of what took place. And I ask the honourable member if he doesn't think this committee can make progress in getting to what we might call an agreed set of facts.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her question, and it's a very relevant one. We are seeing the radicalization of an increasing number of Canadians, and what they are getting through social media often, through so-called news outlets like Fox News, is a very distorted picture of reality. There is no doubt of that. Fox News reported that people were being killed in Ottawa. False, incredibly false information. And when we talk about some of these other so-called media outlets, they are pushing propaganda rather than showing the tight journalistic standards that so many Canadian journalists upheld. And I have to pay tribute, Madam Speaker, to what we all saw. Journalists that were often under pressure, journalists that were being attacked, sometimes physically assaulted, spat upon, heckled and harangued, and yet they continued to provide the news despite those threats of violence that were so often happened online, but also happened physically when they traveled through the occupation. We need to make sure that we have strong journalistic standards, and we need to make sure that Canadians are getting facts, not propaganda. And this is part of the reflection that needs to happen, I think, not just within Parliament, but right across the country. We can't keep having people be radicalized by false information. It is destructive to our democracy and destructive to our country.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I want to thank all of the Conservatives for not asking a question so that I could ask another one, so thank you to them for that. My question to the member from New Westminster Burnaby actually has to do with the level of policing that was involved in this. You know, I genuinely think that when we reflect back and when the committee reflects back on what we saw in terms of the work that the police were doing out there, that they will determine that this was nothing short of the gold standard in terms of how these operations are supposed to be executed. So notwithstanding the fact that we certainly are interested in hearing about a lot of the negatives, I actually think that this committee also has the opportunity to highlight the positives of what went right. And in my opinion, one of those things is the incredible police work that was done. I'm wondering if the member can comment on that.
Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And yes, that's my point, that there was a methodical, careful use of policing powers over the course of the Friday and Saturday. We all saw it. We were here on the Hill. No serious injuries. There was a deliberate attempt to ensure that the law was upheld, but in a way that didn't cause in any way any serious injuries at all. I think we would all like to see that same treatment when it comes to Indigenous land defenders and environmental activists, racialized Canadians. We would want to see that high standard as something that becomes a part of Canadian policing. And hopefully, we can see through this parliamentary review a way of achieving that. I would also note that under the Emergencies Act in our area in British Columbia, and my colleague from Port Moody Coquitlam mentioned this, Pacific Highway Crossing was shut down prior to the Emergencies Act being put in place. There was a tank truck that busted through a blockade and put in serious danger RCMP officers. The Emergencies Act helped to end that blockade that also featured journalists being spat upon and assaulted. And so this is all part of what this committee needs to start doing as soon as tomorrow. I'd certainly call upon my Conservative colleagues to rally to the consensus of all the other parties, and let's put this into place and get to work.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Granville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member for Winnipeg North. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this motion to create the Parliamentary Review Committee per Section 62(1) of the Emergencies Act. You know, for 3 weeks, Madam Speaker, blockades illegally disrupted our daily lives here in Ottawa and across the country. They harmed our economy, and they endangered our public safety. In my riding of Vancouver Granville, healthcare workers, moms, seniors, were worried and afraid as the convoy came through and there were threats of further protests. We saw vile displays of anti-Indigenous racism, of anti-Semitism, of misogyny. We saw vandalism, we saw harassment, and we saw expressions of hate and violence. We saw abuse of the press. We saw the vile misuse of the Canadian flag and indeed of the word freedom itself. For 3 weeks, we heard from the residents of Ottawa who were afraid to leave their homes and were held hostage, of businesses that had to stay closed to keep themselves and their employees safe. And for 3 weeks, Madam Speaker, day after day, we heard and saw members of the Conservative Party meeting with the occupiers, taking them coffee, eating meals with them, celebrating what they stood for and what they were doing, celebrating the actions of those blockaders, many of whom are now charged with crimes ranging from mischief to conspiracy to commit murder. This is no joke. Our democracy should not be treated as an opportunity by the opposition to build mistrust or to peddle in misinformation. Mr. Speaker, the very same party that sought to deceive Canadians as to what was actually happening here in Ottawa and across the country now wants to control the very review of the action taken to stop the illegal occupation of Ottawa. The Conservative Party has chosen to peddle untruths to Canadians. The member from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke said, and I quote in a video, "The fact is the RCMP have an ongoing investigation into Trudeau's obstruction of justice." Yes, the honourable member, I apologize. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke said, as I said, the fact is that the RCMP have an ongoing investigation into Trudeau's obstruction of justice, unquote.
Honourable Member from Pembroke. You still cannot use it, sorry.
Thank you. This is simply not true. No such investigation exists. The interim leader of the opposition, instead of seeking a solution to the problem, said, and I quote, "I don't think we should be asking them to go home. We need to turn this into the Prime Minister's problem." With this type of rhetoric, a willingness to mislead Canadians and a willingness to support an ongoing occupation of our capital to serve political goals, how can they reasonably be trusted to chair a committee reviewing the very action taken? Madam Speaker, we invoke the Emergencies Act to supplement provincial and territorial authorities to address the blockades and occupation to keep Canadians safe. We did this at the behest of provinces, and we did this to support others across the country that needed our help. It allowed our government to mobilize essential services. It allowed the RCMP to swiftly enforce local laws and provided enhanced power to stop the flow of money. These measures were targeted, temporary, and proportionate. We invoked them only after exhausting other measures, and they were the result of close consultation with the provinces and territories. To be clear, the Emergencies Act is expressly governed by the rights and freedoms set out in the Charter, and no one should tell us otherwise. The specific measures provided by the Emergencies Act were limited, subject to numerous checks and safeguards. One such safeguard is the requirement for the Parliamentary Review Committee to be established, which we are discussing today. We've had productive discussions with other parties in the House about how to structure the membership of this Joint Review Committee in a manner that is reasonable, fair, and appropriate. And now is the time for reckoning, to review, to understand the circumstances of what brought us to this point and how it was handled. And we have proposed a reasonable approach to this review, to this committee's structure. Unfortunately, after supporting the illegal blockades and occupations, the Conservative Party is now refusing to do what it should, to support the timely creation of a fair structure for this committee to do its work. What Canadians need now from their Parliament is an honest, efficient, and thoughtful review of the invocation of the Act, its implementation, and its outcomes. We have seen, Madam Speaker, the spread of lies and misinformation, and we do not need that when it comes to something as fundamental as this. We are talking about trust in our institutions and in our democracy. We are talking about ensuring that there is public trust in our processes and indeed in our Parliament, and we must not trifle with this. This is an opportunity for all parliamentarians to do what is right, to allow a review to look at things honestly. And surely, Madam Speaker, if everyone in this House has acted in good faith throughout this occupation and acted in the best interest of Canadians, no one should have anything to worry about in terms of what comes out of this review. It should be easy for the opposition to accept the proposal we have made. Under this proposal, as everybody knows, the committee would have 11 members. That would mean 3 Liberals, 2 Conservatives, 1 Bloc, 1 member of the NDP, and 4 senators representing all groups in the Senate. The committee would be chaired by 3 co-chairs, a Bloc MP, an NDP MP, and 1 senator. That's pretty balanced in my view. The chair wouldn't be a Liberal, whose government invoked the Emergencies Act, or, as we've heard before, a Conservative, whose party led the way in supporting protesters and the protests. Conservatives inexplicably refuse to support this balanced proposal. They have insisted from the start that they co-chair and are now demanding that both co-chairs be Conservatives. Their bias in cheering on the illegal occupation cannot, should not, and must not extend to chairing the committee. Madam Speaker, Canadians are going to judge us long after we are gone from this place. If the government is prepared to cede the chair of this committee to the Bloc and the NDP without fear or favor, then what is stopping the Conservatives from doing exactly the same thing? Now, were they here, Madam Speaker, I would appeal to my colleagues from across the floor, those who are uncomfortable with misinformation, with harmful rhetoric, uncomfortable with pandering to PPC voters, to vote in favor of this motion, to show Canadians that the institution of Parliament and the review of the Emergencies Act and the actions taken comes above petty partisanship. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for King Vaughan. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to comment on a quote that my colleague made, and I want to make the correction. On February the 10th, our leader stated, she actually stated verbatim that she understands and was passionate with the convoy. However, she did make a statement that the blockades must leave, that we will continue their fight for their freedoms. So I don't know where he was going with that statement, so I'd like some clarification, because we did call for the blockades to come down. We did call for the convoy to end, that we would take on their fight here at the House. If you could comment on that, please.
The honourable member for Vancouver-Granville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would be glad to respond. If I understand correctly, there was an email sent by the very leader, the now interim leader of the opposition, in which she said, and if I can find the correct quote quickly, I will. The honourable member, the honourable leader of the opposition said that she thought that this should be made the Prime Minister's problem, and that they should not be encouraging these individuals to leave Ottawa. So unless the email was a fabrication, unless the email was a lie, unless she changed her mind, Madam Speaker, that's on the record as something that the interim leader of the Conservative Party said.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for... Sorry, now I'm confused. Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I thank the honourable member for Vancouver-Granville for his speech. And I wonder if he could help me out, because I'm having trouble understanding what the Conservatives are actually doing with delay of this committee. It doesn't make much sense to me. Is it? I'm sure it's not just about being the chair and the perks that might come with that. So it must be about something else. Is it about delaying so we forget what's happened here in Ottawa, and so the role of the Conservatives in supporting the blockade becomes just a distant memory? Or is it about becoming chair so they can somehow limit the inquiry so we don't look at those questions? So I'm having trouble understanding, and I wonder if he's seen any indication from the Conservatives about why they're taking this tactic in the House.
The member for Vancouver-Granville.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. It's a question that's plagued me, certainly for the last couple of days as well. And I'm led to wonder the very same things. Could it be that there is something that the Conservative Party does not wish to have revealed during the course of the review? Could it be that there are deep concerns about it possibly alienating potential voters that they seek to curry favor with? Could it be something else, Madam Speaker? I don't know the answer to this question, and it is my hope that the process of this committee itself and the committee itself will unearth the very answers that we seek. So I thank the honourable member for his question, and like him, I too am perplexed as to why a party that is so keen for accountability is so desperate to delay the very thing that would give us the accountability that this House deserves.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The honourable member from Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier, I was sure that I was lost. I came back into the House after leaving, and I was sure that I was in a daycare centre. But what I can say is that here at the Bloc Québécois, in our party, what we want is for work to begin, and we want to have consensus about how the committee should be formed. That is essential. In order for this committee to work, I think that that would be the one part of the Emergencies Act that would work well. And I think that if we want to give trust back to Canadians and to Quebecers, we have to act in the least partisan way possible. And I don't like anything that I've heard of either from the Conservatives or the Liberals. I don't trust either side.
I would like to thank my colleague for his comment. And the fact is that the Conservative Party has decided to politicize the situation that we experienced here in Canada. And the best thing to do now is to have the review committee with the Bloc and the NDP as co-chairs of that committee. And that way we can work together to find answers. And you're absolutely right. Canadians need answers on the important questions about what happened in Canada and in other places in the country because of the convoy. We have to find answers, and we have to start working on finding those answers for Canadians as quickly as possible.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government's House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, one of the unfortunate things is that over the last couple of years, the issue that I think that would have been a wonderful thing to talk about, the issue of the heroes of the pandemic, how Canadians stepped up to the plate when we really needed to take on the coronavirus, and how we're not necessarily focusing on that issue, but rather a short period of time where people, through illegal blockades, are leading to far too much discussion and debates that are taking place here in Ottawa. And I just wanted to, and I think I've heard that previously in terms of just, you know, the real heroes, the real issues of the pandemic. It's been a long, hard 2+ years going on, Madam Speaker, and there's so many wonderful things that we could be saying about those Canadians and residents that really stepped up to get us through to this point. But getting onto topic, Madam Speaker, a couple of days before the government instituted the Emergencies Act, there was a letter that was sent to the Prime Minister. I caught wind of it, not through the PMO or anything of that nature, but it was actually through a Free Press article. And I'd like to quote exactly what was in the Winnipeg Free Press story, Madam Speaker. It says, Premier Heather Stefanson pleaded in a private letter to Prime Minister to intervene at the Emerson border blockade, just days before she publicly opposed his decision. In the February 11 letter obtained by the Free Press, Stefanson asked the Prime Minister to take immediate and effective action as she pleaded for national leadership that only you and the federal government can provide. Madam Speaker, it goes on. The Premier's letter said the situation was urgent, and blockades that disrupt this critical corridor, even temporarily, create potential dangers, impose severe hardships on all Manitobans, and cause severe economic loss and damages to Manitoba and Canadian businesses, Madam Speaker. That was just a couple of days before the emergencies. In fact, on the Sunday, it was already being talked about that the federal government was looking at bringing and enacting the legislation through some media outlets, Madam Speaker. And on Monday, it was enacted. I don't think it was of any great surprise We saw the City of Ottawa enact emergency or declare an emergency. We had the province of Ontario declare an emergency. We had letters such as I just cited from Manitoba. We had a letter a week or so even prior to that from the province of Alberta asking for the federal government to get engaged. Madam Speaker, the need to engage the Emergencies Act is very real and it's tangible, and it was the right thing to do. I would go to what it is that we've heard from some of the law enforcement agencies. You know, the interim chief, Steve Bell, of the Ottawa Police stated, and I quote, "All of those legislative pieces of legislation and supports we've got from different levels of government have directly and have actively contributed to our ability to ultimately say we are in position to move forward and look to end the demonstration, the lockdown here in Ottawa." The commissioner for the RCMP, the head of the RCMP, and again quoting from a news story, says that the powers given to her officers through the Emergencies Act served as a big deterrent in policing anti-vaccine mandates protests that occupied the streets of downtown Ottawa for nearly a month. A direct quote, "We don't have anything in laws that prevent people from coming to protests, and we can't turn them away. So for us, operationally, it was all about reducing the footprint in Ottawa, and the only way to do that was to stop people from coming or insensitizing them to leave." Madam Speaker, there's no doubt in my mind that the Prime Minister and Cabinet, in fact, and it wasn't just Liberal members of Parliament, New Democrats, at least one Green member of the House, the former leader of the Green Party, and I believe even the Bloc supported the Emergencies Act, Madam Speaker. We recognized that there was a need for the Emergency Act. Then, Madam Speaker, the member will correct me if I'm wrong, no doubt in the question. Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, if you take a look at the Conservatives, it's very difficult to see where they were actually at. Many members talked about Conservatives, walking out, getting those snapshots onto the social media. In fact, I saw one picture with the interim leader having a dinner, or at least at a dinner table with some of the protesters, Madam Speaker. Exactly. It was quite amazing to see that. Now, some say, well, maybe we should have gone out there and talked to them. Let me give a quote. This is the Conservative guru from the prairies. The Conservative Party members know him as Jason Kenney, the Premier, Madam Speaker. This is what the Premier had to say about negotiating with protesters. When the Premier was asked specifically whether, and he's talking about one of the leadership candidates, because I can't say his name, the comments compromise conduct, the Premier stated, "I will never praise people who are out there breaking law, creating public safety hazards, and I don't think anybody in elected office should do that," Kenney responded. Well, he also said he does not believe anyone, I should say, from the federal or provincial governments should be meeting with the participants. Stick with the facts. That's what I want the Standing Committee to be able to do, Madam Speaker, and let's see, and hopefully they'll be able to do it as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Winnipeg North for his comments. It's really not often that I agree with them, almost entirely, but I would just like him perhaps to spend a minute or two expanding on why we need to move forward quickly with this. All of us here have been swamped with phone calls and emails from people concerned about the use of the Emergencies Act. And one of the good things about the Emergencies Act is that it has this committee embedded in it, and we need to move forward quickly with this, and we need to move forward fairly. And this proposal we have before us has a chair for the NDP, a chair from the Bloc, two parties on opposite side of that debate, plus a member from the Independent Senators Group. So I'm just wondering if he can comment on that. The need to move forward quickly so Canadians can have these answers and move forward fairly.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is absolutely no reason whatsoever that we could not have been actually activated that committee back on Monday. I think that we recognize and appreciate, that the Bloc and the New Democrats, one party actually did oppose, and the NDP supported. And so you have both sides co-chairing, and then there's going to be a chair from the Senate. Given the biases from the Conservatives and how they were tainted, I believe it was the responsible thing to do. It's in the legislation. We know that the committee had to be struck. And we are ensuring that it's because there no doubt could be things that have taken place that we can learn and improve the legislation going forward. That's right. But we know that the Conservative Party, doesn't matter what, Mr. Speaker, I can almost guarantee there will be a minority report coming from the Conservative Party condemning the government. Exactly. That's an absolute almost given, Mr. Speaker. Because they're the party that has turned this thing into a circus at times, Mr. Speaker, because they're flip-flopping all over the place on the issue. They say one thing in here, they go and say something outside the chamber, and follow the social media comments coming from the Conservative Party of Canada. Mr. Speaker, that's why it is unfortunate. The committee could be dealing with this, and hopefully, eventually, we'll see the Conservatives come on side and look at ways in which we might be able to improve the legislation and the usage of it sometime in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Mirabel.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Winnipeg North knows just how much I appreciate him, and I know it's reciprocated, for sure. So does the Bloc support the Emergency Measures Act, yes or no? Well, we supported it when it's appropriate, when it's the right jurisdiction, the right level of government doing it. Now, we proposed good solutions for weeks and weeks, and it seems like there were a lot of deaf ears not listening on the other side of the House. So now I'm wondering what we can do to ensure that this committee gets set up in a slightly less partisan way. But this is a head-scratcher, so I thought I might ask the colleague what he thinks we could do, what he thinks the government could do to ensure that it's not too partisan.
In fact, be the membership of the committee that will ultimately determine in terms of how effective the committee actually wants to be. If there is a highly politically charged agenda going into the committee, there's very little that committee can do outside of trying to steer it. I would love to see a committee, and I've served on legislative committees in the past at the provincial level where they operate on a consensus basis. So to see a consensus report come out of that committee, I would give full marks and credit to every single member. It will be a challenge to do that, but it would be a wonderful thing to see, Mr. Speaker, an actual report based on consensus where there are no minority reports. So not a consensus and then a minority report, but an absolute true consensus report on ways in which we can improve the legislation. I don't believe the legislation is absolutely totally perfect. Let's see if there's ways in which we can improve it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for York Centre. A question of about 30 seconds and then a 30-second answer, please.
I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his comments and would like to refer to the observations that have been made on hate symbols and extremist ideologically motivated displays of racism and intimidation in person and online that were part of this illegal occupation. There have also been comments about the willful blindness of the Conservatives of these displays of hate, in spite of it being reported by journalists and organizations that monitor hate speech in this country. Does he think this should be an important aspect of the review to understand how dangerous online spaces influence those who participated in the clear hate messaging by the organizers? Doesn't it require a balanced and careful review by the committee?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, in 35 seconds or less, please.
Given the cost and social consequences of that illegal blockades, whether it was the seizure of downtown Ottawa or the international borders, which cost billions of dollars a day, and you factor into that extreme right and many of the racial attitudes that were quite frankly expressed virtually in places outside of Ottawa. I would like to think that the committee will ultimately make its decision in terms of the scope of it. What I'm hoping, and what I'm going to try to be an optimist for, is that we will see that consensus. I'll cross my fingers and we'll have to wait and see, I guess, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with my colleague from Calgary, Shepherd. It's an honor to rise today to discuss this extremely serious matter. The unprecedented use of the Emergencies Act requires the utmost scrutiny, and the committee that will be struck is obviously going to play an essential role. The government's attempt to strong-arm the opposition and rig the committee to deliver a favourable outcome is not shocking given the history of this government, but nonetheless, it's unacceptable. I want to start today by reminding Canadians how we got into the situation in the first place. When we take a step back to consider the actions taken by this Prime Minister and the Liberal government, the need for strong opposition oversight becomes even clearer. In the early days of the pandemic, the Prime Minister acknowledged that mandating vaccinations would be a deeply divisive and socially harmful policy. That was about 13 months ago, Mr. Speaker. Then he saw an opening to try and move from a minority government to a majority and decided that dividing Canadians and threatening the social fabric of our country would be worthwhile if it gave him a blank check for another 4 years. While the Prime Minister has always been keen to divide Canadians and others that don't agree with him, recent months has seen him take it to a whole new level, charging those people who don't like his policies as racists, misogynists, or holding unacceptable views and taking up space. He has taken to suggesting the honourable members of Parliament, even descendants of Holocaust survivors, of standing with Nazis. What we are seeing is an increasingly tired, scandal-plagued Prime Minister cling to the reins of power by stoking fear and division, and Canadians, common-sense Canadians, Speaker, can see right through this. That is why thousands of Canadians from coast to coast left their homes to protest the Prime Minister's divisive policies and decision to double down on vaccine mandates and restrictions when many provinces and countries around the world are lifting them. The protesters came with a very simple message for the Prime Minister. Canadians want their rights and freedoms back. And that it's time to allow Canadians to manage their risk tolerance for COVID-19 themselves, just like friends and family in other countries have been doing for months. Instead of speaking with them, understanding their concerns, trying to assuage their fears, the government continued to override Canadians' freedoms with no end in sight, and the Prime Minister resorted again to more name-calling. Then, in a move I still can't fathom, the government and the NDP refused to support our Conservative motion, asking for a plan to lift the mandate restrictions. 2 years in, and the Prime Minister doesn't believe that Canadians can be trusted with the metrics the government is using to justify public health measures. This is far from the commitment that this Liberal government made in an open and accountable government. The government data and information should be open by default. I wonder if they remember that pledge, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we can't accept illegal activity at our borders or on our streets. Infringing on the rights and freedoms of fellow citizens while protesting the government can't be accepted as the norm, but neither should we as Canadians accept dangerous and divisive rhetoric from the executive branch of our government meant to incite Canadians that disagree with them. It's clear that the Prime Minister no longer shared the guiding philosophy of Sir Wilfrid Laurier's sunny ways, but instead is relying on the wind's bluster. Mr. Speaker, this is in large part the backdrop by which the Emergencies Act was invoked. After years of insulting, shaming, and marginalizing Canadians that disagree with the Prime Minister, these Canadians rose up in opposition. Mr. Speaker, the use of the Emergencies Act does appear to have been wholly inappropriate in this matter. Conservatives are extremely concerned that in striking the committee, as the Liberals are proposing, they intend to simply stack the deck to skirt over the great many concerns that Canadians rightly have. It's important to note that the existence of an emergency does not mean that the Emergencies Act is the proper tool to be used. I know that many Canadians impacted by the blockades felt that this was an emergency that required extraordinary intervention, but that isn't the threshold for using it. In order to use this legislation, the predecessor of the War Measures Act, there can be no other options in our federal or provincial law, and we must not lose sight of this fact. I have listened carefully to experts, including from police officers that were tasked with cleaning up the mess that the Prime Minister instigated, and it is clear that the powers under the Emergencies Act were helpful in clearing the blockades. But again, Mr. Speaker, whether or not they were used or were helpful is not the test for whether or not the Act should have been invoked. It was whether it could have been dealt with any other way, in any other way through existing authorities. And so far, I have seen no compelling evidence that it could not have been. Briefly, Mr. Speaker, we know that the police can compel reasonable assistance from others at any point in time. This authority is laid out in the Criminal Code, and that would include calling a tow truck driver. We know that if police see a crime in progress, that they are able to act on it, even if they are outside their regular jurisdiction. Further, there is a process to deputize police from other departments or areas to act. This was done in Ottawa prior to the Emergencies Act being invoked, and it worked. The Emergencies Act may have been more convenient, but it wasn't necessary. And convenience isn't the test in the legislation. The increased offenses that were granted under the Emergencies Act weren't necessary because there are already viable offenses and authorities in the Criminal Code. The border blockades were coming down before the invocation of the Emergencies Act, so clearly it wasn't necessary in those instances. The financial measures weren't necessary to bring down the blockades at our international borders, and we already see crowdfunding platforms that were voluntarily cutting off funds without the need of this legislation. They also don't appear to have been charter compliant, as individuals were assumed guilty and sanctioned by their banks without any due process. Mr. Speaker, these are all things that the committee needs to consider and that we can't simply allow to be swept under the rug by a committee designed to exonerate the Liberals' actions and justify the NDP's backing of them in an attempt to wipe the egg off their face from when they voted to affirm the Act's use, only to have it withdrawn 36 hours later. Mr. Speaker, the government's proposal for the structure of the committee is totally inadequate. As I have outlined, this committee has a very serious task ahead of it, and it ought to be credible. I appreciate that the views I have laid out, that I have heard from my constituents, are likely not going to be universally accepted in this chamber, but they are valid views and deserve to be heard and considered. A strong and represented opposition is essential for the functioning of our democracy. Her Majesty's loyal opposition is beholden to the people of Canada, not the Cabinet or the members of the governing party or their coalition partners. To try and minimize our role because they don't like what we might say or what we might have said in the past flies in the face of our parliamentary system. While the government has proven too comfortable in criticizing Canadians who disagree with them as holding unacceptable views, and it is their right to say so, no matter how arrogant it makes them sound, they aren't the arbitrators of acceptability for our parliamentary system. That is a role that is reserved for Canadians at the ballot box, not for the government House Leader and the caucus that sits behind him. While he may have threatened an election over the Emergencies Act, it did not happen, and our voices are just as valid in this place or at committee as his or any other member of the government benches. To quote Sir Wilfrid Laurier, a Prime Minister greatly admired by Liberals, it is indeed essential for the country that the shades of opinion which are represented on both sides of this House should be placed as far as possible on a footing of equality, and that we should have strong opposition to voice the views of those who do not think with the majority. Well, I ask the government to take that advice now. Mr. Speaker, while the government may be inclined to disavow their claimed beliefs for the sake of politics and retaining power, my colleagues in opposition shouldn't have the same concerns. While I have spoken at length about this government's attempt to vilify Canadians that disagree with them, it is important to remind honourable members that this government also has attempted to curtail the powers of the opposition on multiple occasions. The fact that they are now trying to marginalize the official opposition's role in the committee because they know we disagree with them is another link in a concerning pattern by this government to use policy and now procedure to punish those who disagree with them. We should remember Motion 6, which attempted to marginalize the role of opposition back in 2016 and give the government broad sweeping powers here in Parliament. We should recall that the attempts by the government in 2017 to change the standing orders so that the opposition would lose numerous tools to hold the government to account was also attempted. Or in the early days of the pandemic, when the Liberal government tried to give itself the authority to unilaterally and without parliamentary oversight the ability to raise or lower taxes as they saw fit for up to 2 years. When these things happened, opposition parties banded together to say no and oppose the government. The ideological and policy difference that existed then still exists now, but that wasn't the point. We knew that for our democracy to function effectively, there must be strong and capable opposition, even if we didn't necessarily like what the other parties had to say. It's in that spirit that we should come together now. Mr. Speaker, in the absence of the consensus, the Emergencies Act provides a formula that can be used for striking this committee. While I understand the frustration that some Liberal MPs may have, given that they don't have Senate caucus, despite the independence of senators appointed by this Prime Minister being questionable, that frustration lies at their feet and the feet of their Prime Minister who made that decision. They have every ability to harmonize the Emergencies Act with the current structure of the Senate over the past 6 years, and they didn't do so. So unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, with a closure motion being forced on us to stifle debate, a decision must be made, and I would suggest that adhering to the formula set out in the Emergencies Act will help to ensure a fair and impartial assessment of this incident. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the reason why we're here today is because the Conservative Party was not willing to accept the fact that they should not have a leadership role as being a chair on this particular committee. If you need evidence to support the fact that they shouldn't, you needn't go any further than this member's speech. He even talked in his very own speech about the reasons why he does not believe that the government should have used the Emergency Measures Act. He's drawing the conclusion of the work that the committee should do before the committee's even been struck. Does he not appreciate the fact that a party who has such an entrenched position in this probably should not be exercising the role of chair in that committee?
Yeah. Good question. Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
So this is a completely asinine argument, Mr. Speaker. The job of the official opposition is to hold the government to account and to make sure, through robust debate and robust challenging of their decisions and of the policies that they implement, that the best thing happens for Canadians. Suggesting that the opposition shouldn't do their role and aligning themselves with an NDP chair that is complicit with enforcing or implementing the act in the first place is not actually putting an opposition MP in the chair. It's putting a coalition MP in the chair. This is bypassing the actual adversarial effect of what our democracy is supposed to do when we challenge each other to get the best results for Canadians. I simply don't understand why they want an audience instead of an opposition.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciated my colleagues' comments up to a certain point. At the Bloc Québécois, we would like to see this committee sit. We would like to see it be formed. And we want to end up with an explanation, an evidence-based explanation of the choice that the government made to apply the Emergencies Act when, well, on our side, at the Bloc, we felt that there were no criteria on which that decision could be based. Now, what does my colleague think about the future? At the committee, I hope we'll be able to think about the future that faces us given the inadequate use of the Emergencies Act. Does that mean that in the future it's going to be used any old which way anytime there's a little problem? Because when there will be a real emergency, the Emergencies Act will be called in, and the people of the country might say, oh, this is just a little thing like last time. And that's what I'm concerned about, because people won't take the act seriously. And so I'd like to hear my colleague's thoughts on that. Does he think that the committee will lead to conclusions which will allow Canadians to better evaluate the use of this act in the future?
For Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, I'd like to thank the colleague for her question. So what do we have here, Mr. Speaker? We have a Liberal government that, through their rhetoric and tone and the way they talk to Canadians, it's amazing how they stick up for the rights, and rightfully so. They stick up for the rights and freedoms and the jobs of the people here in Ottawa that were impacted, with no consideration for the jobs that were lost by everybody who actually came here to protest. We end up in a situation now where the Bloc Québécois and the NDP are going to, according to the Liberals, co-chair this. The Liberals wouldn't have even been able to do this if it wasn't for the support of the NDP. So now we have the Liberal government and the NDP coalition partners that have been propping them up all along that are going to basically decide who gets called as witnesses, who gets to speak at the committee, whose testimony they're going to adopt in the committee, And that will be the basis of the report. So any other political entity in this Parliament that supports that notion or supports this motion will be complicit in that. And it is a dangerous precedent, Mr. Speaker, because bypassing the official opposition and the role that they have here in Parliament is a dangerous precedent to set.
Very good. Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always hard to follow the whip of your own party when joining debate on this issue, and I don't want to rethread the same ground that he's already covered. I basically chopped already half of what I wanted to cover, but I want to specifically focus now on the actual Parliamentary Review Committee, because I have heard all types of things being debated in this House on what will actually be done by this committee. And I want to go back to what the law says and what the motion actually says, because I want my constituents back home. I want the residents in my riding to understand what is it exactly we're debating on. The House has already weighed in on the subject, on the wisdom of using the Emergencies Act. We had a vote on it, and we're on the record, the Bloc and the Conservative Party on the record, so are the Liberals, so are the Greens, and so are the New Democrats. So our parties have already kind of determined ourselves, each individual MP has, whether it was wise to use it or not. But the Act is very specific. The Act in Part 6, it's called the Parliamentary Supervision section of the Act, Emergencies Act, and it says the following in Section 62. The exercise of powers and the performance of duties and functions pursuant to a declaration of emergency shall be reviewed by a committee of both houses of Parliament, designated or established for that purpose. I have heard members now in this chamber talk about it would be a discussion on the protests, the blockades at the border, how it happened, the use of racist language, the grievances of the protesters. What we're talking about here is not about keeping citizens accountable. We're talking about keeping government accountable. And this Liberal government has a record of not being willing to be kept accountable either by Parliament, either by citizens, by anybody. And they've done this repeatedly before. There have been motions in this House in the past 6.5 years that I've been here, pushed forward by government House leaders to try and restrict the ability of members to do their work both in the House, in committees, and beyond. I remember there being a sitting on a Saturday, Easter Saturday, we had to sit to prevent the government from obtaining almost absolute powers to tax and spend. This is the same government. They tried to force through standing order changes as well. These are the same people now trying to jerry-rig this committee in order to have the preferred outcome that they want, a predetermined outcome, I believe. I also want to draw the attention to my constituents back home that this committee's meetings will be held in private. The law requires it under Section 62(4). Every meeting of the Parliamentary Review Committee held to consider an order or regulation referred to it pursuant to subsection 61(2) shall be held in private. That is the most interesting part of this committee's work, will be to review all the internal documentation, and I truly hope that it will include the Justice Canada opinion on whether the threshold had been met on enacting the Emergencies Act for its usage. But every single one of those meetings will be held in private. Furthermore, even the motion reiterates that an oath of secrecy will be required on every single member of the committee, all the members who are elected or Senate members, and every single member of the staff and the witnesses will be participating in the dissemination of this information to the committees. It will be incredibly difficult thereafter to produce a report on the government's conduct, not the citizens' conduct, the government's conduct in calling this Emergencies Act. And also draw the attention again to constituents and to the House that it's this motion number 9, specifically draws it to February 14th to February 23rd. That's when those are the actions that will be reviewed by the committee members. Now, many members have heard the issues that we on the Conservative side have with the way the chairmanship of this committee will be done. I want to draw the attention of people to the fact that the chairs of this committee, the co-chairs of this committee, will be voting chairs. They will be able to move motions at committees. I've been on my share of parliamentary committees chair, including a joint committee with the Senate as well. I have never seen a meeting function well when a chair is able to move motions, when a chair is able to vote. I was briefly able in this parliament to chair the Public Accounts Committee, which is considered, I think, by all accounts, in this parliament, one of the most neutral committees that we sit on, and I tried to bring as chair to that committee absolute neutrality to the task and ensuring that we left our partisanship at the doors, because both sides, both opposition and government caucus members, had one goal in mind, which is the proper administration of government, the proper administration of funds. And so while we had maybe differing interests, the end goal was exactly the same, which was to ensure that the taxpayers' money was properly stewarded. It would have been totally impossible to function properly had I, as chair then, been able to move motions myself and vote on matters. It strikes me as odd that this is something that would be done in this particular situation. Members have cast aspersions on whether, a member of the Conservative Party or if a member of the Liberal Party should be chair or not chair. I think the members are appointed and named to be chairs or elected to be chairs of these committees will leave their partisanship at the door. I truly hope that, especially on something as important as this. There was a Bloc member who mentioned the fact that future generations, future parliamentarians will look back to this committee in this particular instance and will determine whether this was a wise use of the Emergencies Act, whether the threshold had been met. And one would hope that whatever report comes of this will set the standard then for when the government can and cannot or should not use the Emergencies Act. I want to draw the attention again to constituents, to members of the House, to the inquiry section of the Emergencies Act. A lot of what members have been talking about so far is actually covered by the inquiry under Section 63 of the Act that must be called by the government 60 days after the emergency ends. This is the situation where they will see every act, every decision, and every protest and blockade that happened in this country in the lead up to the government claiming they needed to use the Emergencies Act. The inquiry is the situation where we will also be able to judge the wisdom of what various citizens were doing all across our country. And I'm sure there'll be criminal court proceedings that will be partially completed by then or well underway by then that will be used by the inquiry judiciously, I hope, in the determination of fault where there may be fault, and then finding whether the government wisely used its power, whether the threshold had been met. Again, but that's for the inquiry. What we're talking about the Parliamentary Review Committee here is judging whether the government was wise to do it. I see, Mr. Speaker, that you've given me the 3-minute notice already, but these are the things I think needed to be said. This is not a balanced committee. This is not a committee that's going to ensure accountability. I have sat at those at those House leaders meetings, and I heard the member for Vancouver Granville say that there were productive discussions. They were not productive. They were not productive in any way. If they were, we would not have debated briefly a motion to stop debate, to shut down debate from the government side. Again, it's their responsibility, the government's responsibility, to run the calendar of the House of Commons. They're in charge. They're the ones that determine how many hours of debate everything receives. It's not the responsibility of the official opposition or actually any of the opposition parties to ensure that the government's agenda gets through. And I have a great deal of respect for the colleagues in the other opposition parties, but they don't need to help the government push this through. We're here to keep the government accountable, specifically the cabinet. And the government caucus members can take up that responsibility as well. What we're seeing here is an attempt to engineer a preferred outcome by the government. That's what they would like to see. And I have tried to stick specifically to my concerns around the motion and what the Emergencies Act actually says must happen, because that's what my constituents want to hear. This isn't about litigating what happened before February 14th. This is about litigating what happened between February 14th and February 23rd. And I think we owe that to people in my writing. And there is a Yiddish proverb, Mr. Speaker, that applies here, because I want to make sure I get it in. You know my great love for everything Yiddish, Hebrew, proverbs as well. But when you sweep the house, you find everything. I think by sweeping through the legislation and the actual content of the motion, my constituents back home in Calgary-Shepard will see that this is an attempt by the government to set a predestined final destination for the report, one that will absolve them of any sins. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the time, and I look forward to the questions.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Vancouver Granville.
I thank the honourable member for his comments, and I appreciate very much his use of the proverb, particularly when you start to sweep, you start to find things. And so I ask the honourable member, given that the opposition's task is to be the loyal opposition, Her Majesty's loyal opposition, surely there would be an interest in getting to the business of sweeping to find out what actually went wrong quickly. So why is there this need? Why is there this need to hold back from the committee actually starting the important work, recognizing the government will not have any of the chairs?
Honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Well, I'm going to remind the member for Vancouver Granville that it's, again, the government's responsibility to set the hours of debate on the motion. They could have done this last week. They could have done this Monday. They could have evening sittings on the motion in order to ensure that it passes. And when you do bad faith negotiations, like I believe the government House Leader has done, then this is the result.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd for his remarks, because I think he once again has betrayed some of the contradictory positions that the Conservatives are taking here. So he professes to believe in the importance of accountability under an act that was passed by a Conservative government, but yet the Conservatives have been standing in the way of that committee getting underway because of the Conservatives asking that they should be chair. And again, then he says, we don't want a predetermined outcome. And in his speech he says, but this committee shouldn't look at anything that happened before the Emergency Act was actually implemented. So once again, he's showing the contradictions in their position. And I wonder really whether the Conservatives wouldn't agree that if accountability is so important, we just need to get on with the business of getting this committee going.
Well, member for Calgary Shepherd.
Unfortunately, I'm not the one that's saying we shouldn't look at anything that happened before. It's clear in the act and in the motion what's supposed to happen. The motion specifically refers to February 14th to February 23rd. And following the act in Section 62, and I invite the member to read the Emergencies Act sections I'm referring to, the exercise of powers and the performance of duties and functions pursuant to a declaration of emergency shall be reviewed by a committee of both houses of parliament designated or established for that purpose. The act, the law, tells us what to do. The motion is specific only to those dates. That's what I'm reading. That's what we're voting on here.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my honourable colleague from Calgary Shepherd. Another Yiddish proverb comes to mind. The best way to know a man is to watch him when he is angry. We've seen far too many angry people in this place as we discuss the Emergencies Act. And I want to put to him the statute again, because he seemed to infer in his remarks that Canadians should be suspicious about a committee that has to meet in secret. But I draw his attention to the definition of threats to the security of Canada within the Act. It's a defined term that's found in the Canadian Security Intelligence Act, and it's all about things that would be regarded as secret, such as espionage or sabotage, the one that I think applies here, foreign influenced activities within or relating to Canada that are detrimental to the interests of Canada, clandestine or deceptive in nature. I mean, it's very likely that if we look at the real threat to the security of Canada, the manifestation of a deep unpleasantness for the people of Ottawa is one aspect. The aspect that drew me to decide to vote yes was disinformation that came from foreign sources. And looking into that is inherently going to require security clearance, and that is required as well by the Act for this committee. So I'd love to ask the member for Calgary Shepherd if he thinks that he recognizes that the committee is required by the Act to meet in secret, and that makes sense given the security implications of the definition of public order emergency found in the Act.
For Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Speaker. And I thank the member. She's absolutely correct in her reading of the Act. It's actually the same reading that I have, and I referred to that section, which is meetings in private, section 62(4) of the Act. What I was basically implying, and obviously I'll say it now, is the best portions of the committee, the one I think that the public will be most interested is the discussion of the orders and the regulations internally that the government was using and passing and referring to. That's the thing that the public wants to know the most about, and that is the thing that is going to be kept to secrecy, will be private. And then the next part is, I don't know how the committee will be able to report on it in an actual physical report. They'll maybe be able to make allusions to it, infer certain things, but they will not be able to specifically say and construct an image of what happened between February 14th to 23rd.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kingston the Islands has 20 minutes coming to him, but we have 3 minutes to 8. Whenever he stops, we shall stop. I just thought I'd point that out. The honourable member for Kingston the Islands.
There will be 337 people that are mad at me if I choose to take that full 20 minutes, so I assure you, Mr. Speaker, I won't. But I do want to say, what people, and I hope that people who are watching this, I hope they can appreciate and understand what's really going on here. Normally, establishing a committee like this is something that can be done through a unanimous consent motion that takes no more than 30 seconds of House time. Instead, we are now on the second day, and this will have been a full day of parliamentary business that has essentially been wasted on the fact that the Conservatives really want to be a chair on this committee. They want to hold one of the chairships on this committee. And it's been said in this House, and I certainly agree, that it doesn't make sense to me that the Conservatives would hold a chair position, given the fact that, number one, they were so adamantly in favor of what was going on out there, and that's not just through the actions and the posts and what we saw on social media, but actually through documents that have come forward that the member from Vancouver Grenville referenced earlier and others. So we know that they had a vested interest in this. And certainly the governing side was the side that actually implemented the act and used the tools within it. So it goes to say that the governing side shouldn't have a chair on this committee either. I can't understand for the life of me why Conservatives are so interested in ensuring that they have this position. If they are just as much interested in letting things come to light, you would think, at least somebody who I would assume is innocent would think, well, I don't want to be perceived as being in the middle of the decision making in terms of how the committee operates, because I want to come out of this looking as clean as possible. But that's not what we've seen. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm very much interested in learning what happens in the committee, in understanding, what they discover, what was the root of how did this movement start, who fueled it, who funded it. I'm not going to lie, I'd love to know how many Conservatives donated to this particular GoFundMe or the Give, Send, Go. Maybe that will come out in the committee. I don't know. Maybe that's the reason why the Conservatives are holding this up and dragging it through Parliament, so that we don't get to the point of actually establishing this committee. I don't know. I would like to think that's not the case, but I can't understand any reason why they would be putting up such a roadblock to something that is otherwise treated in such a simple manner to establish the committee. So, Mr. Speaker, I know that we're now at 8 o'clock. I want to make sure that we can get to voting on time, but I'm very much looking forward to the work that this committee does and getting it established and seeing the results that come out. And I have total confidence. In the fact that the NDP, who voted in favor of using the measures, and the Bloc, who voted against using the measures, along with one senator representative from the Senate, I have total confidence in their ability to properly manage and exercise the role of joint chairship on that committee. And I know that they will ensure that proper report is produced for this House to consider. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well said. It being 8:01 p.m., pursuant to order made earlier today, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth with every question necessary to dispose of government business number 9, now before the House. La question est la...
The question is as follows. Mr. Holland, supported by Ms. Karen, proposes that A, pursuant to subsection 62(1) of the Emergencies Act, a special joint committee of the Senate and the House of Commons be appointed to review the exercise of powers and the performance of duties and functions pursuant to the declaration of emergency that was in effect from Monday, February 14th. May I dispense? Yes, thank you.
I'll give you that. Now we go to Mr. Brassard, seconded by Ms. Gray, moved that the motion be amended. A, in paragraph B, by replacing the words with the 3 chairs, of which The two houses co-chairs shall be from the Bloc Québécois and the New Democratic Party, and the Senate co-chair shall be determined by the Senate with the words, with two co-chairs of which one House co-chair shall be from the Liberal Party, and the Senate co-chair shall be from the Conservative Party. And B, may I dispense? Okay, thank you. If a member of an organized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division, or that the amendment be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
No, Mr. Speaker, we request a recording.
Okay, I think we've got enough people asking it. Okay, call in the members. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
And seconded by Ms. Kara, moved that A, pursuant to subsection 62 of the Emergencies Act, a special joint, may I dispense?
Yes.
Thank you.
With the whole committee.
Now we'll go to Mr. Broussard, seconded by Mrs. Gray, moved that the motion be amended. A, may I dispense? No, not dispense and continue? I'm sorry, we don't. A, in paragraph B, by replacing the words with 3 chairs, of which the 2 House co-chairs shall be from the Bloc Québécois and the New Democratic Party, and the Senate co-chairs shall be determined by the Senate, with the words with 2 chairs, of which 1 House co-chair shall be from the Liberal Party, and the Senate co-chair shall be from the Conservative Party, and B, in subparagraph 1.3, be adding the words co-chairs and the words election of the... That's it? The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed with the vote for members participating in person. Que tous ceux qui appuient l'amendement.
All those in favor will please rise.
Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Ms. Dancho.
Miss Dancho.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Culkins.
Mr. Culkins.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Ms. Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Miss Rude.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Vempopta.
Mr. Vempopta.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur... Monsieur Barcelou-Duval. Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
How about who's standing up? Oh, it's fine. Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilets.
Monsieur Désilets.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Hutchings.
Miss Hutchins.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Ms. Jazik.
Miss Jazik.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Ms. Murray.
Miss Murray.
Ms. Ing.
Miss Ing.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mrs. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Madame Briard.
Madame Briard.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahoda.
Miss Sahoda.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Dabrusin.
Miss Dabrusin.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Miss Zarowitz.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sobara.
Mr. Sabera.
Madame Zaid.
Madame Zaid.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Miss Yip.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Ms. Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Ms. Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Miss Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Mrs. Thompson.
Mrs. Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Si des députés n'ont pas pu...
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Bennett.
I vote against the motion.
Miss Bennett, nays, contre.
Miss Idloat.
Akarpanga, I vote no.
Miss Idlout, nays, contre.
Mr. Fergus.
Monsieur le Président, j'aimerais confirmer.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to confirm that my vote was counted against the motion as amended. Yes, it was counted against. It's confirmed.
No more? Very good. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 146, 146. Nays contre 181, 181.
I declare the amendment defeated. The next question is on the main motion.
The question is as follows. Mr. Holland, seconded by Ms. May I dispense?
Okay. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division, or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do request a recorded vote.
Okay, very good.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchins.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. Jazik.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Ng.
Miss Ng.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mrs. Vandenbeld.
Mrs. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Miss Zarowitz.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sobara.
Mr. Sorbera.
Madame Zaid.
Madame Zaid.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Miss Yip.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Ms. Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Miss Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilets.
Monsieur Désilets.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Miss Rude.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Lou.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
La Chambre attend.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Si des députés n'ont pas pu voter.
If members have not been able to vote due to technical problems, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Miss Bennett, yeas, pour.
Ms. Idlow.
Pangatunga, I vote yay.
Miss Idlow, yeas, pour.
Mr. Macaulay.
In favor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan, yeas, pour.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 214, 214. Nays contre 115, 115.
I declare the motion carried. It being 9:03, this House, or 9:03 p.m., this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1. Very good.